Welcome back, family. Welcome back, family. Welcome back to another episode of LANCESCURV. Remember, if you do not see us on social media anymore because I talk too much, you can always go to LANCESCURV.com. You'll see everything there. You'll see everything over all the years we've been doing our work over the last 23 years. I want to mention real quick before we get into this subject, because this is going to be another hot one. We decided to stay just with the hot ones. We're going to talk about the things that people don't want to talk about. And I just want to say, I have my sidekick here, Robin Hood. Robin Hood's in the house.
What's up, everybody?
I'm not going to tell them jokes he was saying, but I'll say parts of it. Port Authority. Anyway, there's been some confusion as to how to support the channel. You know, I don't get out here and, repetitiously just bash it down your throat. Times are hard out here for everybody. But for those who do want to support, I'm going to clarify something. Many people have been sending their cash apps to LANCESCURV. That is no longer. You send your cash apps to LANCESCURV Live. For PayPal, it's scurvmedia@gmail. For Buy Me a Coffee, yes, that is a platform to contribute. buymeacoffee.com/LANCESCURV. And Zelle, dealing with the banks, the email is used, scurvmedia@gmail.com. Okay? But when you spell scurv, there is no E at the end of scurv. After the V, there's no E. Okay? So that's been messing up a lot of the things that are coming in. But I'll flash just a couple times during the show. But again, it's to realign with because I've had different platforms for donations. I still have the Patreon, but the Patreon is only for the support of the channel. It's $1. So I don't really put content there. I'm not going to put repetitious stuff that you already see out here. That's just for the basic support of the overall channel. Now, if I have something really racy, I'll probably put it there so you can see it. So if you don't see stuff there, it's just for the support of the channel to have the $1 taken out from your card every month. I hate to talk all this business stuff before, but I had to get that off and speak on that. Robin Hood, how are you tonight?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good that you're here. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're here. We're going to have a really good conversation tonight. And I have to say that because of the YouTube rules of censorship and people sometimes feeling as though, oh, you're hating on people. We're merely explaining experiences and viewpoints. They say we have freedom of speech, but we really don't. We got to walk on eggshells, right? And we're going to be very direct. And you don't have to censor yourself. They really censor me, Robin Hood. So, you let it flow.
Okay, good.
But yeah. I was going to read an article, but sometimes that can get a little too tedious. But there's a part in this article that I will drop down below. I also want to say that out of yesterday's show, The Slaughter of a Woman's Heart, with a lot of these shows that I do with the catchy titles, I will make t-shirts for them. And so I didn't do it for last night, but I'll do it for last night and today, right? Every time we do a show, we're going to have a t-shirt with it. And I'll do it ahead of time so we can advertise it right there. And those links will be below in the description area. Even though they're not there now, they will be there, okay? Because a lot of folks like, make a t-shirt out of that. And I'm like, well, listen, it's just going to be words. We're not doing illustrations yet. We'll do words. But here it is. This is an article. This is way deep in the middle of the article. And the article is, let me scroll up and get the title right. You know what? I have a part that's highlighted. But the title of it is, no, identifying as DL is not the flex you think it is. And it's a very engaging article, but there was one or two paragraphs that were short that stuck out, right? Here it is. And if I see anything else later on, I'll add it in. But I want to speak about real life experiences. Are you DL Lance? No. I've been hit on by men. But I've walked in on situations, observed situations, and a lot of ladies have talked to me about their situations, which I'm not going to mention any names, but I'm going to share some things that over the years I got to call Lance. Let me call Lance. And it's cool. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to share your personal information. But if you tell me it's okay to talk about a situation, trust me, I'm going to talk about that situationship. Okay, here it is. The closeted men on social media who fetishize fooling people and revel in the power of supposedly controlling what others know about their double life seem oblivious to the weakness betrayed in ceding dominion over one's experiences, emotions, and testimonies to other people's perceptions. An outdated coping mechanism cannot be upcycled into a badge of honor, especially when it still results in fear and shame of oneself. Some defend the continued existence of the download based on lingering intolerance and the suggestion that Black families and communities remain too hostile for everyone to come out, while a handful of people of all ethnicities retain violent opposition to LGBTQ people. Black families and social circles have consistently disproven the myth that they are exceptionally hateful and incapable of loving transformation when one of their own comes out. So basically they're saying everybody out of all categories of races and nationalities, there are those who hate, but Black families have proven also against the myth that Black people ain't going for that they can love their family as they come out. Now, that's me quoting an article. I have my own feelings on it. And y'all know I've said things before. I don't hate anybody. I just don't understand. And I ain't going for it in my personal life. That's just what it is. And I'm more of a traditionalist, but it is what it is. We're living in this day and age, but I do not bend on what I feel is right. You see what I mean? So am I hating somebody? Social media takes it that way. Oh, you don't approve? You're hating. No, I don't approve. I'm not with that. I don't hate you, but I ain't with it. You see? So this is where the rubber hits the road. But I want to say, and I want you to interject in here also, I'm not going to run my mouth and not have you come on in. I just want to say this one thing, that many women, okay, the aim of the show is geared toward women, because there's a lot of women that don't know what goes on in the lives of their men. And why I'm speaking on this, right? The bottom line is that it's deception. If you are about something, then be real with it. Come out with it. Don't be cowardly now. And it's not just about being cowardly, but the bottom line is that you're putting somebody at risk when you're having this type of activity and you're with somebody. Now, if you're single and down low, well, that's on you. But still, you running around doing your thing. Is this a committed situation? No. You know, a lot of people, the media romanticizes this whole homosexual, and we're going to focus on American African men who, I'm knocking stuff over. This is going to be a powerful show. Right. When the show started, my mic was way on the other side of the table. I was like, how am I going to do this show when the mic is not in front of me? You know, Pinky on 10, I agree with you. Pinky on 10, Black men these days, I think over 50% are DL. That might be a low number. Let's say it a different way. I think that straight men are in the minority. I'm talking about Black men. And I'm not saying that 95-year-old man over there who's been married to, you know, or some 15-year-old dude who, you know, it could be 15-year-old too, but they're not of age. Available, dating, active, the core of it in the 20s and 30s and 40s and early 50s, that's the core of it. Then it kind of fuzzes out at the edges, right? But this is what it is. This is aimed toward women who have men who claim to be straight, who claim to be committed, but they're not. And they're having unprotected sex with other men. And I mean, yes, we're focusing on the DL because there are men out here who are straight, who are having unprotected sex with women, which is just as bad. But this thing, when it's found out, it stings in a different way from the women that I've talked to, okay? When you find out that your man is on a DL, from those who I've talked to, it's very confusing. Many have told me, Lance, I would have much rather be another woman. This thing shocked me and it scared me because all this time, depending on the length of the relationship, it could be 1 week or 1 year or 10 years. 1 week is enough to kill you. And now you have another life that you're living. You think that this person you're with, you know them sexually. And really, do we really always know our partners sexually, no matter what category you're in? Because most people hold things in on what they like. And a lot of men would rather do, especially like heterosexual men, they're not going to go with to their woman and say, hey, you know, I like this, I like that. They'll rather go to the next woman and do the freakishness with them. You see what I mean? We're talking real tonight. So on that note, I got more to say, but come on now. Come on now, Robin Hood.
Yeah, I'm here. It's just, you know, I remember when I had this gay friend, right, before we had a fallout, I used to go to the warehouse with him. So this one night, right, it was the gay night for men on a Saturday. So I'm there dancing with this guy. They play nice music. I'm dancing with him. And I don't know what possessed me to ask him if he was gay, because he had muscles. When I tell you he looked like a man's man, and I asked him, are you gay? That whole night, I didn't even see him again. I said, yo.
Wow. Wait.
Yeah.
He was a friend of a friend? I mean, he was your friend. Well, this was some random guy you were dancing.
It was just a random guy I was dancing with. Okay. And I just couldn't picture him being gay, because on Saturday is the gay night. The man's night. So I'm there dancing. I still have to ask him, and he just disappeared, never to be seen again. Mustache, beard, everything, muscles.
Well, you know what? As you asked him that, he probably saw something that caught his eye. And he could have been in the bathroom on his knees and not to pray.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. So how'd you feel when? Were you bedazzled? Like, were you shocked, or were you like?
Because I was still young at the time, and I was like, I ain't say nothing wrong to him. I ain't asked him nothing wrong. I asked him what I needed to ask him. Right.
Because I mean, you kind of liked him, and you asked him. He's there. I mean, there are a lot of men who are DL. They're not hearing that thing about, are you gay? In their mind, from what I've heard, the majority, no, I'm not gay. They ain't gonna tell you maybe they're straight, but to be honest, they're like, I'm not gay. So what are you doing?
Exactly.
I mean, if I'm smoking crack all day and you say, are you a crackhead? I'm like, no, I'm not a crackhead. No, I'm a crackhead. It's crazy.
It is. But they were in there, the masculine looking men. I remember there was this gangbanger in there. He was like 6'3" to 6'5", fat motherfucker, right? So you see the same club, you see all all the homosexuals flocking to him. I forgot what his name was, but they're like, oh, so he blood, he looked good, and he was just loving the attention. And I was just standing there, just watching all this, because I was like, even though I don't live like this, I still want to know what's surrounding me, what type of mindset I'm in.
Right.
So I was shocked to see that.
Right. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Pion, you asked if we can have DL men call in. I know they're not probably going to reveal themselves in the chat room. And I know with this title, there's got to be at least 5 of them here out of the 39 that are officially watching the show. But I'm on other platforms also. So I'm going to put this in here. Now, this is only right now for DL men. hit that link in the chat room, right? We'll have later on where our sisters can speak on it, their fears, their experiences, everything, if you want to or not. And understand that you don't have to show your face. This banner is in front of the camera. So you can block your face when you come in, or if you leave your face, I'll see you, but I don't blow anybody up. Okay, we don't do that here. All right. So there's the link, and I will drop it, and it will be dropped on a regular basis here on the show. And I'll be flashing this every now and then. I ain't hawking y'all, but this is how we do it. This is how we support. But we're gonna keep on talking. We're gonna put the regular banner back. So you see how that is, though, right?
Yeah.
When you can be down low, some old schoolers will say, nah, man, that's gay. Either you straight or you gay. And then the bisexuals say, no, I like both. No, I can fall in love with both and have sex with both. It's confusing out here. But the thing is, let me tell you something. This has always been around. This has always been around from biblical days and even before that. My thing is, with black men, the hyper masculine imagery of the black men. But remember how many of us were buck broken. Right? Remember how many of us may have been molested, right? Yeah. And I'm not saying that if you are gay, you are molested, but there's a lot of that going on, and I think there's a lot more than just, a little bit. I was messed with by a woman at 5 years old. It imprinted a lot of things in me. Oftentimes, I didn't realize this until I got much older. And the things that I kind of like, I'm being honest, sexually was imprinted in me from that experience with an older cousin who was in her 30s. It's wrong. It made me promiscuous for a time, but that's what it was. Either you shut down or you become that. Now, for those who were messed with by some man or uncle or whatever, I'll say this, if you can't make sense of it, this is what I've noticed, that whatever your first imprinted sexual experiences were, and when I say imprinted, you might be a child and have no pleasure out of this. This is something strange. What am I doing? But it's in your mind waiting for the hormones to hit. Lots of times we go back to the very thing that we experienced first. A little girl is in a car or on a bus, and she sees a man peeing by a tree, and you're peeking because you want to see what, you're not interested. You're a little girl. You know what I mean? And you want to see what the man has, and you never forget it. You see what I mean? You see a naked woman, you're walking past down the street. I've always been kind of lucky to see things in my life. Like, you just catch things like, oh my God, okay, she dropped out and came back in. Let me just, okay. There you go. Yeah. So these things are imprinted in your mind at a young age, even if there are no sexual feelings with it, but it's in there. So I'm not saying all DL or all gay or all LGBTQ people were molested. I'm not saying that. But the thing is, when you come up in a society where you have the hypermasculine thing going on, especially coming up from the blaxploitation movies, and you have Shaft, and you have Three the Hard Way, and you have Malcolm X, you got Muhammad Ali, you got Black Men Strong coming up. That's also there. So there's pressure on us lots of times, especially at a younger age, to be that. I didn't feel the pressure. I just came up in a good situation with a very masculine father, and he taught me different things physically, lifting weights and all this stuff, and he taught me how to fight and different things. So that came naturally because I had an example of that. But some don't, and some feel pressure. We're not all that way. To be honest, I'm a nerd. I'm a modified nerd. I'm not a tough guy. People think, oh man, you'd knock him out. Maybe I would, but I'm not saying knock him out because of their preferences. I'm just saying, like, in situations. I know Lance, you would have handled that different. Somebody told me that the other day. Lance was there. He would have had, don't make me out to be some Superman. I'm retired. I'm 60 years old. Let me live in peace. I've done enough, right? But let me take this down. I'm talking and forgetting all about it. We put it back to that one. So yeah, There's no definite way to be that. There's a spiritual element to this. There's a spiritual element to this. It's not just sex. Where is this burning coming from? You leave work and you have your wife waiting for you at home. Again, I'm speaking about those in relationships who are deceptive. I'm not going to encourage any of this, but if you're single, do you, whatever it is. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I can take that stance also. Why I'm talking about it is because we have men who have wives who are loving, caring, even if they're grouchy, even if they'll get on your nerves sometime. Life can be stressful when you're raising a family, when you're in a relationship. These things can be very stressful. But here you go now. I'm not even going to say you go to a bar. You're walking down the street. I've seen this. And how do I know? Lance, how do you know this stuff? I know it because all my life growing up in New York City, that's all I saw. And I knew what it was. And don't you think I've been hit on by enough down low men and outright gay men? Me, I've been hit. I was in bodybuilding, y'all. Come on now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
they were hitting on you.
I mean, look, I hate to keep bringing up this old picture. Look what
No,
I
but
looked at.
yeah, you look real good. You look real good. That's the one where you flexing?
I had muscles in my ass. Look at that. Cobblestone stomach. 19 years old, jacked up afro. I forgot to cut my hair the day before. Look jacked up. but that's, I mean, I've seen that so much. They would see me coming down the street. Oh my God, look, you know, that wasn't a common sight back then. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like that for real. There was no drugs involved with that. So I know what it's like when they flashing their eyes at you to see. And that's where it happens, in the eyes. You could be in a, and I've told this story many times before, but listen, before I say my next story, jump on in. We want to hear some feminine energy here.
I mean, it has happened to me too. Like when the lesbians look at me, they, googly eyeing me, they watching me hard. I just look away because I'm like, I'm not on that time. But they be on it too. They very.
Mm-hmm. But you're a good looking woman, and you would be considered very juicy. Yes. And those eyes, oh my God, they got to get you. They're gonna get you. I mean, they ain't gonna get you. I'm just saying they're gonna try.
They're very aggressive, extremely aggressive. When they want you, they want you. And you can't run away from them.
Mm-mm.
And that's what they like. But I don't know why they're so sexual. They're very, very promiscuous. They have that energy and they just be just lusting. And you could just have on regular sweats, a baggy t-shirt, and they still looking at you.
Right. Right.
And I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on with you? I'm straight. I don't want you.
Right.
What do you think what do you think that is?
You mean with the constant over sexualization, always thinking about it? Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, I think it's okay, sexuality, as we know, is a normal part of life. We have life force. Life force is like a tree with many branches. It comes up from the trunk, from the root, and we have different branches. The branch of your hobby that you like, the branch of you being interested in maybe having a business or your employment that you like, which most people don't like their employment, right? But I'm just going to say it that way. The branch of the energy that you put into your home life, family life, your children running around, daddy, when you come home, or mommy. That's one of the most rewarding feelings. Your life force that is on the branch of you going to the gym and taking good care of yourself. Every little thing you do and how you break up your day and where you put your energy to, you put your life force to. You acknowledge your creator, whatever you call a creator, whatever. I'm not going to argue about that. That's on you. Spirituality, religion, whatever. We're not arguing about that right now. I'll bring that up later on a certain level. So with sexuality, are normal for you, which may be a little different from somebody else. We're not going to categorize. I'm not going to get up here. Oh, this is wrong. I'm just not with that. But whatever energy you allot to sexuality, why is it that with many of these down low men and others, you could be a porn addict and heterosexual, but we're focusing on the deception. I have to keep saying it because somebody's going to come at me. Down low brother's going to find a way to email me and cuss out and hide their email address. I get it all the time. But why is it a disproportionate amount of energy? Do you see a tree with 10 little tiny hungry branches and another branch as thick as a trunk? Like, we're focusing, they're always ready. They're always ready. They're always scanning the world. I used to catch it, y'all. At that time, the pictures you saw were from 1982. That was 41 years ago. 41 years ago. Long before we knew about a Facebook, a YouTube, a sex app, how to meet people, Tinder, all this stuff. I remember what it was back then. I go way back. But the thing is, that thing was still there. Let me tell you 2 experiences, and I'm going to have you chime in. I used to go to the High School of Art and Design in Manhattan, New York City, on 57th Street and 2nd Avenue. It's still there. Google it if you want. And I lived in Queens, took the train to Manhattan. It was a specialized public high school that you had to take a test to show your artistic abilities and to show that you are on point scholastically as far as keeping up with your grades and being exemplary. I passed. I got in there. I also got accepted into music and art, but I heard a lot about music and art. I'm like, oh, I'm not going in there because it was already spoken what was going on there. So I'll go to the High School of Art and Design. I loved it. And I would take the E train. I could have taken the A train. It took a little longer to go through Brooklyn. I wanted to sleep a little more. So I would take the E train from, at that time, it wasn't at Archer Avenue. It was at Hillside Avenue, the E and the F. But they moved the E down. I'm saying this for people who know, and they're like, oh, man, I remember back in the day. Now it's at Archer. The E train and the F train is still at Hillside. So I'd get off at Lexington Avenue. And there's a long escalator. Boy, if you fall on the steps, they had steps to the escalator. If you're up top and you flying down, and I've seen people trip and they fly because it was very steep. And I was into, working out and everything. So I'd run up the steps. So after the long ride, I had to pee. So to the left at the top of the steps and the escalator, there was a public bathroom. In the public bathroom, they had approximately 4 or 5 toilets that are in stalls. Then they had about maybe 8 urinals. Well, when I got to the bathroom, I couldn't get in the door because there was a line. So I'm standing in line from outside. The line moved kind of swift, but not swift enough. I'm like, what's holding up this line? These people are constipated or something? And I had to go to the urinal. So as the line came inside the bathroom more, I noticed that if there were 5 toilets, 4 of them were empty. And out of the 8 urinals, nobody went to it. Maybe 1 or 2 people would come in. Oh, I'm going to get that mosquito. Let me come back over here. They'd go to use the urinal and leave out. So I'm standing there, I'm like, why am I being polite? Let me go on over there and pee. But before I did, I said, what's this line for? And it was a white man. And he just smiled at me. What the hell? So when I was peeing, I peed. And the line was moving up. And the line went to this one stall in the bathroom. This is back in early 1979, y'all. That's like 44 years, 43, 44 years, 44 years. So I'm peeing and I look And I purposely dropped something out of my hand, keys or something, so I could bend down and look what's going on. And I didn't go all the way over there. I was many feet away. It was a big bathroom. It might have been 20 feet away. And what did I see? I saw one person coming out that one stall, and he was pulling the zipper up. There was a dude sitting on the toilet. And other men would come in. The next man came in, and his 2 feet were facing the toilet like he was peeing. And the man who was sitting on the toilet, his feet were outside of that man's feet. That split second, that's what I saw. So what is that telling you? The one sitting down in the toilet was giving blowjobs. And there was a long line. And in 1979, AIDS was already out there under a different name called Kaposi sarcoma. I believe they felt it was a form of cancer because they couldn't figure out what it was. See, I go way back. I retain all this information. I remember. But this is before it was known as some gay thing, because that's what it was striking. Because they hate to admit it, and I've seen it. Growing up in New York City, the school I went to is nothing but them in there. A lot of good restaurants, a lot of good places. Greenwich Village was the gay capital of New York City. I used to go down there a lot. I love the restaurants. Girls loved it down there. New York City, you go anywhere. So it's not like, oh, what are you doing down there? I didn't go to no gay clubs. I know some lesbians where I was in a gay club with lesbians. I was quite successful in those places, but what I'm saying, I had to throw something in there, right? Look at Lace, how are you? And everybody in the chat room that's coming in, I'm just focused on what I'm saying. I see people coming in, but I'm focused. Yes, and Mr. Scorpion, 9 million, is it? I can't count the zeros, right? Paris is Burning is a movie y'all need to see. You can get it on YouTube and see it. Paris, not the old Paris is Burning, the black and white. Paris is Burning, where they had the gay balls and the cross-dressing, and it gives you a peek into that world, which many New Yorkers coming up in that time who went across different neighborhoods and was not broad-minded where they're accepting it, but they understood the deal. We used to wander around, not wander around like wander around, but I have friends of mine that we grew up with, and we explored New York City. And we saw all of this. That wasn't our cup of tea, but we saw it. So we were knowledgeable to how things were moving in the city. Okay, so this guy had a line already, like 15 people ahead of him, and they were patiently waiting. I broke the line and went and took a leak and got out of there. And I never went in that bathroom again.
I got to cut you off. That was a white man doing it?
I think it was a brother, because
damn,
I didn't go back in that bathroom, but I almost had to, because it wasn't the number one that I had to do this time. So I'm like, I got to go in that bathroom. And I saw the same scenario with about 3 people waiting in line. I did go. Of course, you don't sit down all the way. You got to put paper on the seat. I had to, right? And the guy got up the same time I got up to get out to go wash my hands, and it was a black man. Maybe that wasn't the same one that other day, but I would believe that it is. It's not a rotation. Well, tomorrow we have a Korean man here giving service. It's not like that.
I just have my mouth open. Like, it's just men don't want women to
say. Let me just say, you always say something that's the wrong thing to say. Right?
Listen, as you telling the story, I'm just like, what the hell? It's because men do not want women to know that side to their society. Like, you know, we're more open about how we live, what we like, what we don't like. But men are very, very, very cunning, and they like to hide their hands. They like to keep the woman in the dark, live in a certain way, not knowing anything. They like to keep us dizzy and out of tune with things.
That's right. That's right. I'll tell you, I'm a Reevy. You're right. Because in art and design, I don't know if they still have it that way, but long ago, they had the 5th floor bathroom, and anybody can go in there, but that was known as the gay bathroom, unofficially, but officially. That was a gay bathroom. Now, in art and design, back then it was different. I don't know how it is now, but you had art supply stores all the way around. Of course, because we had to buy stuff. At Sam Flax down there. Sam Flax is all over the country now, but I think that was one of the first ones in Manhattan. Other places too. There's another one down in Canal Street. I forget what the name is, but it's several stories tall, and it was like a wonderland for me to go there and get different pencils and markers and paints and acrylic paints. Beautiful. On Canal Street. Pearl. I bet you it's still there. But anyway, they would allow us to spray paint the walls in the bathroom. Any bathroom. Markers, right? It would layer up. But the one thing about the gay bathroom on the 5th floor, you can go in there. It didn't mean somebody's going to accuse you of being gay. But I remember, they couldn't put doors on the stalls because I believe they caught some of the students in there getting busy.
Wow.
You see? Yeah. And there's a lot of gay dudes I went to school with there. Some were out. Some were quiet, acted masculine. But we're there for the love of art. They had drafting. They had drawing with charcoal, the detailed pen work. In that school, they gave you a little bit of everything. You didn't go in there I just want to do this. They gave you a little bit of everything so that when you go out into the art world or you go out to be an architect or you go whatever, you're well-rounded. And it's good for you as an artist to know different genres, different categories. And so you're working side by side, you're doing projects. And what was good about that school, I just want to throw that in there, was that it wasn't just the local neighborhood. A lot of people in Queens, Richmond Hill, Jamaica, Queens, that I would go to school with. And if I went to high school, I would be confined to just the people in that area. When I went to high school of art and design, it had that international flavor because there were students who came and lived with their family, but they were from France. They were from, and they went to that school. They lived in the city then. And when you leave, you get out of high school, man, you in Manhattan. So that's what helped to add on more stories for me because we all head over to Times Square. We go to Times Square, there's McDonald's over there. And it was on 7th Avenue, 47th Street. And you can go upstairs. And there were other McDonald's on the east side. We go over there and go see the freaks. We do our homework first, though, right? So we can stay out later because we have to take a train ride home. So we don't have to stay up because our staying up time to do homework, we were hanging out in the city. So I was very comfortable in Times Square. So the life I've lived has just led me to be one who has all these experiences. That's just because. And I realized I didn't know about a thing called podcasting or YouTube, but here I is. But yeah, it's a disproportionate amount of energy put toward that. And that's why I feel it's some type of spiritual. I'm not going to say like the grannies would say, I am possessed with the devil. But basically we are spiritual entities. And I think that possibly it's not just about gay sex in a down low frame. I think that there are voids that many of these young men have or older men have. And this is a type of possession where I've never seen somebody pop out and pop in so fast. You good. You got a call? Well, you know what? I'm gonna make a joke. It better be a phone. It better be a phone ringing. I'm playing with you, but
it's
yeah.
Okay.
But I know because if it went, then I know. Listen, come back when you're finished. But the thing, I feel, is that it's something driving, and I'm not saying us like I'm in it, but as Black men, there's so many things driving us to destruction. And I feel that is a spiritual, I don't want to say the possession word because people get scared when I say that. But it's something that occupies and warps and corrupts our drive. Coupled with the fact that we are frustrated usually in life in the society that is pretty much not going to look out for us. They don't love us. We have no friends. The world is different now. And yes, it's just plain old nasty, but what's behind it? Why are all these men who they either get old and have wives and families? You sitting there rocking your little baby on your knee, looking at the dude on the TV, lusting after him. What happened to your wife? I'm not condoning messing with another woman, but damn, she'd rather you do that than go. And you know, the first thing that many women think when they find out that their husband or their man, doesn't have to be husband, committed relationship, no matter what the level, legally, it's about the heart. The first thing the woman wants to know, well, of course, who is it? How long has this been going on? And then in her mind, she may not say it outright, but I want to see what she looks like. It's almost like, how did she get him to do this? Not knowing that he was the one that may have initiated it. Or maybe it was a double thing where they both initiate, whatever. And why? You're having sex with me. Why?
But
And
you
if
know
I
what?
wasn't, and it was, yeah, go ahead. Jump
You
in.
know what? But men like to say, "Oh, I'm not happy in the relationship," just to have a reason to cheat.
Yeah, they'll say that. They'll say that's the stock answer. No, for real, that's the stock answer. And then you say, well, did you try to talk to her about it? Did you try to go to therapy? Did you try to work it out? And they're sitting there looking at you stupid. You see what I mean? So
Because they lying.
yeah,
They just want to cheat just to cheat. Sometimes they make excuses. Oh, they don't keep the house clean. They don't cook. I just look at them. Like, that's not an excuse. If you want to be single, then be single. Until then, fix your relationship. There's nothing out here. You don't leave a definite for a fucking maybe. I tell them that all the time. You don't leave a definite for no maybe. That's not how it goes.
Right. And
I see it
Robin,
all the time.
no, the other Robin, she's here too. We got Robin Hood and Robin England. Wow. We gonna have Robin America next.
You never know.
But look what she said. POs had to do inspection of bathrooms because this was happening throughout the transit system. Look, y'all know I used to drive a bus in Orlando, Florida for many years. Well, guess what was happening there? And I had a brother who came on who was maintenance, who was telling me on the show many years ago about how they had to get these guys out of here. They had to assign police officers there because guys would come in, go to the bathroom and hang around. And I went to that bathroom a couple of times, because I didn't want to go all the way in to where the employees' lounge was. So I'm like, I'm late. Let me take a leak right here. A lot of drivers did it. And you go in there and you taking a leak and it's quiet if nobody's in there. And you be quiet. Like, what the hell? So I tell the maintenance guy, he's like, yo, you remember you told me that, man? I busted 2 dudes in there. Dudes would come by at designated times. They had their own little underground way of doing things without apps, anything. Like, this time I'll be here. That handicap stall, yo, even any stall. And they would take their time and come out one at a time. That's what they did it. And this is Orlando, Florida. This is all over the country, all over the world, but all over America.
But see, nobody's really talking about it as much. It made the news when that guy, what's his name, JL King, when he spoke to Oprah about it. It made the news. Right. Everybody was in a frenzy. Oh, down low, man. But then after that, you haven't really heard anything. It's not that it went away. No one's talking about it.
That helped to advertise it, make it worse. They were super down low. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Look at Debo's expat said a lot of these males are fighting inner demons, serious mental health. No, it is. Every aspect, mental health, the spiritual health, and your sex drive has been turned in against you. And of course, this is for heterosexual males too, who are addicted to the stimulation. It's like a virus. It's like something that turns something natural. And I'm talking about all men. Women got it too, some of them. We're talking about down low today, but I'm just saying to bring back the scope a little more. It's I'm not gonna say all men, but all men go through this. It depends where they point their penises. You know what I mean? You do it to a woman, oh, you creeping. But if you do it to a man, it's down low. But my thing, like I said in the beginning, is the deception involved. Like, if this is what you're doing, come clean. Why did I say it like that? You said somebody, you had your mouth open. I'm talking about coming clean, right? So, I'm gonna do jokes, but just like I said, be who you are. But because of the stigma, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and they ain't gonna tell nobody. But it's a disaster when folks are caught. Like I said, I open the line for anybody who may be DL and want to say anything. If there are any women who have had any experiences, you don't have to say who you are. You don't have to show your face. You can hit that link and come in. For women who have had experiences or know somebody who's had experiences, we're going to keep it on topic, because, I've had shows sometimes. Yeah, I was at the baseball game, man. It was a pretty good game, I love baseball. Like, what are you talking about? That's not the topic. Right? So,
because I have to understand what possesses a man to want another man. I don't understand that.
I don't understand. And just like Robert English said, you'd be surprised to be creeping in the middle of the night. The transit bathrooms. I went one time, I think it was 23rd Street. I forgot what line it was. Was it the 6th Avenue line or the 8th Avenue? I'm not sure, but I went in there looking like I used to. It was like the whole subway station was empty. I'm taking a leak. Now, how long does it take to take a leak? Even a long leak?
Probably a minute.
Yeah, but there's 6 dudes standing behind me smiling.
Waiting for you.
Where did y'all come from? Y'all are like roaches hiding in the cracks. Unbelievable. And this bathhouse thing. How many of y'all here in the chat room know about bathhouses?
We heard of it.
Yeah, well, back in the day before I found out what it was, I used to think, well, in the middle of the day, you have a corporate job and you might be a little funky or your arms might stink. So you go over to the bathhouse, take a bath and leave. I used to think that. I learned very early. No, the bathhouse, and I think they still have some in Manhattan, but more on an upscale level. It's tucked away. They're not neon. They don't have neon lights and crazy music. It's very discreet. And from what I remember, they had bathhouses in some very affluent neighborhoods. No noise, no nothing. Just this. It wasn't a big sign, the so-and-so bathhouse. That's all it was. And people knew what it was. And when I found out, knowing that these guys go in there, and of course they have saunas, they have little massage areas, they have other areas, and they go in there and do what they do with as many as they want to do what they do with. Yeah. And they leave. They pay, they leave. No problem. And just like it was mentioned earlier before, not to throw off on that, but you had swinging clubs. I've explored all of those, and I was nosy and want to see all that stuff. And it's crazy that whatever your kink is, when that obsession hits your brain, it becomes something you think about all the time. It's like driving a car that's stuck in a certain gear. And heterosexual men can be this way too with women. I understand that. But again, we're talking about this. But this seems to be even more of an obsession. Because most men, when they get theirs, I don't want to say it because they may knock me off of YouTube. When they get theirs, until next time, I'm good. And I mean, let's talk the scenario. Even with heterosexual men, you go out, you cheat, and you can't cheat by yourself. You're not forcing the next woman. She's down with it. So let's not just demonize the men.
Yeah.
All right. There's always somebody who's down with it. You do what you do. You come home, you see your family, you see your wife, you kiss her on the cheek, and then see when these guys get so much back into the normalcy, when they get home, it's like they're compensating. It's just like a man who buys the woman flowers. I'm going to take you out. I'm going to do this. Where you could come with all that from? You never did that before because you're guilty about something. And some are smooth like that. They come home and they spoon the wife in the bed and laying down, and you know, they may call before I'm on the way home. You want to bring anything in? But they really want to say, oh, my stomach is sick. I don't feel too good, because they know they can't get hard no more that night. They came too much. See? And those are heterosexual men. So how do you feel when you're a woman and you find out, just like I said before, when you find out there's another woman, how long has this been going on? Who is it? What does she look like? It's almost in that sequence. I've noticed this. Driving the bus, I've heard it over the phone. Like women talking and finding out from a girlfriend or finding out from their man. Somebody tipped off the woman and she's confronting them over the phone, or I've seen it in person. I've seen fights just in person. So how long has it been going on? Who is it? And what does she look like? Usually they'll wait to see or try to find out, does she look better than me? And you know the bad part about it is, in a hetero situation, that woman that your man is cheating with usually does not look better than you. Now that really blows your mind out, does it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I say, how you going to do that? Look how good I look. And it blows the esteem of most women, because you can't get to this off. You mean you cheating with that? Now you want to know what you're doing, because you know how freaky your man is. Are you doing these same things to her? You're not just going there and rubbing elbows and, you know, reading newspapers naked about the stock market. I know how much you like to eat, man. So you eating her? Eating is not a curse word. I know how you like to, you know, go in the backyard with your tongue. You doing that to her?
My whole thing is, when is all this gonna stop, though, all this cheating and lying? Because I know people in their 60s, 70s still like give up the game, bro. Like give it up. Your shit is limp. Your shit is limp. We know after a certain age it's limp.
Let me tell you a funny scurv story, timing wise. This was weird. Mrs. Scurv can attest to this one. We had to go down to Miami, Florida. Part pleasure trip, part business trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a very, very ritzy, expensive, high-rise hotel. I forgot the name of it. But if I mention the name, most people in that area would know what hotel it was. Now, not to put too much out there, but in her field of work, she had extreme discounts to go anywhere in traveling and stuff like that. I would just put it that way without putting everything out there. So at that time, we can go to these really ritzy hotels and pay pennies on the dollar, right? Mm-hmm. So we decided to go there. Instead of driving down, taking care of business and going away, I said, listen, let's just go down and stay for the weekend. And then I like to wander anyway. She'll fall asleep. I ain't out there down low creeping. I'm like, I'm down here. I'm taking my camera and keeping it in my pocket. Maybe I can get some footage. That's what I do. So there was a Whole Foods market 1 block over, like 1.5 blocks over. I love me some Whole Foods. I can get some good, healthy stuff there. Not everything there is healthy, but I was pleased because I didn't need to go to a restaurant. I was like, I can go to the restaurant and get whatever I want, bring it to the hotel room and just snack. So all day, the next day, we got up, went down there, came back, went back, whatever. And I'm saying all of this because of what Reese said, what happened to the man running for governor in Florida. I noticed a couple of times because I went upstairs, me and Mr. Scurv went up there again. We were back and forth several times in the day, right? Oh, I thought that was something else, but anyway. I'm gonna keep ragging you on that. I'm getting corny with that now, so I'll stop. But if it goes continuous, I'm gonna start joking you again. So every time we got on the elevator, every time there was some 2 or 3 dudes that had that look. They may not have been effeminate, but first of all, they look a little guilty. They look that way, like we about to do something we ain't supposed to be doing. They had that look. I'm very sensitive when I'm in crowds, number one. So then she's like, oh, go back and get this. I went down by myself and came back up again. There was another 2 dudes. They smiling at me like I was down with something that what the hell is going on in this place? Because they had like so many elevators, and the building was tall. On my Instagram years ago, from the terrace, I was scared. I was like, yo, this is too high. I don't want to hear no demons talking about jump and throw me over. You know what I mean? So you start thinking things. So the third time later on that day I came up, I noticed that there's something homosexual going on up in this hotel. And it was an extremely high class, nice place. Wouldn't you believe? I forgot his name, but the black man running for governor in Florida was up there too.
Oh,
he was up there too. Now we have Bro Bars coming in, and is it about a download experience? Bro Bars.
Well, how you doing, Brother Lance? Greetings to you and greetings to the audience.
Greetings.
Yes, sir. You know, Lance, it's not so much a download experience, but it's somebody that was in the download community that had an experience. I'm not going to mention their name. I'm not going to say whether they're a family member or whether they're a friend. It was me and this individual. We were sitting having a conversation one day, and you know, like guys, we chopping it up and we talking about our experiences with women. Right. So what ended up happening, Lance? Normally, people who are in that community, the more you talking about sex and women, what they may suppress will eventually come to the surface.
Understood.
So he started talking about his experiences with men. And he didn't really come out and say it, but he started hinting at it. And I'm saying, wait a minute, this conversation is going soft. But as we spoke, because we've known each other for years.
Right.
We've known each other for years. And what I found out was what he told me. He came out and told me, he said when he was growing up, his mom, most of his life, his mom was a single parent. And one of the boyfriends of the mom took advantage of him.
Okay.
Understood. Yeah. He also told me about, he was growing up in the projects, and a kid, he was about in his he's under 10 years old, and some kid snatched him up and did some things, perverted things to him orally. So what I've noticed, and I'm trying to be as clean as possible.
Well, you can
when
talk.
You said this go. I was just trying to say, Lance, that I just think, Lance, that there's a spiritual element to this, and the real issue with men, how far are they willing to go to bust a nut?
There you go.
That's the physical aspect.
That's true. That's powerful.
It is. Because sex is very powerful.
Yeah, because I mean, look, stay on. I just want to add something in. Me as a man in those really crazy years, that thing haunts you, man.
Yes, sir.
I mean, me being a hetero, right? It haunts me. And so I make the joke that when you make that call, 7, 8 o'clock in the evening, gorgeous chick, she's not available. Now, this is for a single guy now, right? And this is a joke. I'm kind of adding in on that. 11 o'clock, 10, 12 o'clock, you're getting a little more desperate. And the way they look may not look as good. By the time you hit that call for the 3 o'clock in the morning woman, you're not trying to walk down the street with her. This is a compilation of all men I've talked to. But that you got to get it. It's like, and I understand that because also us as black men, with all the pressure on us, it comes out in our sex drive. That's a thing that relaxes you. It's like a big sleeping pill. The thrill of being with the woman, and I guess for those who are into men, I guess because of the imprinting and different things, it's got to be the same thing. So those two buses that run the same route before they part, I can agree with that with any man. Now, I can't get down the way he's doing his other thing, but I'm a hetero guy, so it was always women. You see what I mean?
Right.
But go ahead.
And I was going to say, Lance, you know, like I do, a man gives, a woman receives. So it's our nature to give and release like that. You know, I'm trying not to get too deep into this conversation because I say this. I
Take your
feel
time.
sorry for young men today, Lance, because
Mhm.
when I grew up in the 70s and the 80s,
Oh,
and
may I ask
I
your
grew up
age?
at a time,
May I ask your age?
let's say mid 50s.
I'm older than you, bro. I'm 60.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I know. So I'm saying, I'm saying that because you can relate to what I'm about to say.
Oh,
I
yes.
grew up
Right.
at a time. The first time I kissed a girl, I must have been about 10 years old.
Right.
And the first
Right.
time I dated a girl, I was 13.
Mm-hmm.
So all my life has been dealing with females. And we always had guys who were kind of went to the other side growing up. And I
Yes.
began to see it more as a teenager, but they kept to themselves. They were more to themselves, you see.
Right.
But
Right.
now, because of the LGBTQ, MOS, Mickey Mouse, the Fruit Loop troop, and I'm not trying to make fun of people, but I'm just saying, brother,
No, but it's true.
they've been
Right.
weaponized. And
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
I was at Walmart and I was walking out of the store, and this brother came in and looked like a female. And I was like, looking like, okay, so I just went my way. And I'm saying,
Right.
but back in the day, in the 70s and the 80s, it wasn't like that, like it is now, because you
It
never
wasn't.
know what you're going to get.
What? I heard a podcast. It was a boxing podcast, but they kind of go off a little bit. You know, they're not rigid, and they're black men. And I'll give it a plug. 78 Sports TV. That guy is off the chain. He knows his boxing, but he also has Patreon. He talks about life. I mean, if I'm going to listen to something, it's got to be good, right? I'm not saying I'm better than nobody, but it's good stuff. Even for when he has topics that don't concern boxing, but even when he speaks about boxing, he speaks about different things. So they kind of got off the subject of the fight that was coming up. And then the guy who was a guest, who they have a group called the LDBC, Lionsdale Boxing Community. And it's a real group. They have meetings. They meet different parts of the country every year. And this guy, it's a movement. And in boxing and social media, a lot of the people who don't like certain black fighters, they hate them because they support them. And their talks over social media have actually changed deals in boxing, not just a couple guys sitting around. Make a long story short, the guest who was part of the LDBC, he was speaking about being careful when you date somebody in Atlanta. And the host, named the General, that's his name. He was like, "What? For real? And the guy was like, yeah, you got to be careful because you got to check." I got a little echo over there, brother. I don't know if you need a headphone or something. There's a little echo.
That's me?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. But anyway, you can stay on. But what he said is that back in the day, you could tell. Big feet, Adam's apple, big jawline, you know what I mean? Big linebacker looking whatever. You had the ones who would pad their bodies with the booty pads, and some were just, some dudes are just built slight and slim and slender and can kind of get away with that stuff, especially when that persuasion. But this guy was saying with the operations now and the hormones now, it's hard. And I don't want to believe that. I'm not out there like that, but I don't know. Because when I look, you can pick up that spirit. But I remember, and I'll tell you the exact year, it had to be the year 2000, when I worked at the People's Court TV show. And they had the street scenes where Harvey lived, and we used to bodyguard that guy. We were by the Manhattan Mall outside. And some of the guys that were doing the security with me, they said, "Yo, there's a woman that walks by here." They were trying to trick me. They said, "Yo, the woman is fine. Black sister, chocolate, nice shape, always on point." And I was like, "All right, show me when she comes through." "You gonna know when she comes through." "Oh, no, but let me know, man, because I'm in another zone right now. I'm not sitting here looking at women. I love women, but I'm not just sitting here, you know." So one of the guys tapped me, said, "There she go." And I look, not out of lust. I'm looking like, there's something wrong here. You know what I mean? I caught it. And they were giggling. And when she got close, I knew it. It was a spiritual thing. But I will say this. She would fool 99.99%. And it was no she, it was a he. Minding their business, not overly done, like a woman in corporate America, dressed professionally, but gave off that image. And I couldn't believe it. But I knew something was wrong. I knew something was off.
Well, you know, Lance, you just hit it when you mentioned about the science, the technology. Because today, like you said, they couldn't have pulled this off back in the 70s and the 80s, and not really even in the 90s. But now in the 21st century, I mean, like you said, I'm past middle age. So, and you know, I'm married, so I'm not out there like that.
Don't say that. You're 55 and I'm 60, so that makes me irrelevant.
Well, see, it's one of those kind of things. Lance, think about how it is on the younger guys today who are 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 25, 30 years old. Right. And they all charged up with testosterone. And think about, and you throwing these people, these transformers at them. And I mean, they got hips and breasts and backside, and they got front, back, and side. So how do you hit and you throw on them at them, especially in Atlanta, of all places?
It's bad there.
Atlanta. And they got some of the nicest sisters down there in the world too, and you know,
real sisters, but looking good.
Absolutely
making money and cordial. It's just like the show yesterday that we did about the woman the guy dumped her in the park. And that's the kind of real women that we have down there and all over, right? Because Robin Hood here is a real woman, and you quiet back there. Don't be too quiet. Jump on in. Exactly. I'm gonna have the other Robin come in too in a second. But the bottom line is, like, why are you walking away? Like, from what I'm hearing in Atlanta, the women, I'm not saying they're desperate, no. But there's so many there that want a real man and they're scared. And you know, yeah, we have some female players out there trying to get as much money and get the bag and use the man. We know that. But when you're a real man, it's not too hard to decipher who is who. And from what I'm hearing, and I know a lot of people in Atlanta online. I know a few in person that moved down and some who live there. I know people all over, every 50 states, most countries, whatever. And I talk to a lot of people. Most of my talking is not on the show. It's behind the scenes talking for real. And what I'm hearing, these women are scared because when they deal with somebody, it used to be, and you could attest to this. First thing, you got a girlfriend? Oh, you're married. That's back in the 70s. But women had to get slick coming up because the guys were shrewd. They lie. They say they didn't have a girlfriend. They say they weren't married because they're trying to hide everything, and eventually it's going to get busted. So what do they say first? Do you have any children? You can't have children by yourself. So you're admitting that you dealt with somebody. Now, where is that somebody? So where is she? Oh, well, you know, the lies are coming. But now, in the present day, from years ago, but more so now, you have to ask, do you sleep with men? Do you have a relationship with men? Have you ever slept with a man? See, so they'll frame it that way to take the sting off of it, because a dude might say, well, 30 years ago. No, you did it then, you'll do it again. Damaged goods. These women don't want that or deserve that. But they want to.
Brother Lance.
Go ahead, brother.
I just want to say, Brother Lance, I'm going to get out of here. Brother Lance, like I do, back in the 70s and the 80s and part of the 90s, there were fathers in the house.
Yes.
60s. Yep. There were fathers in the house. So as men, we had that example we saw our fathers weren't perfect, but we saw what it takes we saw two people being together in a marriage situation. Most of our young men don't have that today. And I remember, Brother Lance, like back in the 80s, you had to really get to know a girl before you went to bed with her. It might have taken you 3 months. It might take you'd be like, man, this girl making me work. But you knew that in the end, it's going to work itself out. So now, back then, people had time to really get to know each other. Now, guys, you hear about people on Tinder, and they got these hookups, and they just everything is a one night stand almost. It's like, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
You don't know nothing about this person.
Rotation.
Yeah. We like, no, back in the day, a girl, you had to wait a month or 30 days. And you really had to get to know her. You had to win her trust. But today, people don't have to win people's trust, because if a girl ain't putting out, then the guy say, well, I'll just go somewhere else.
Well,
and it's starting to look like if they can't get it from a woman, they'll get that bust that nut from a man. Sad but true.
I remember the day back in the 70s, you had to sometime wait 6 months to touch a titty. Go ahead and laugh.
Yeah, that's true. Laugh, that's true.
Sister J in the house. Yeah, but I'm in the Twilight Zone, man. I know you're in there too. We're in the same age group, but you know the world the way it used to be. And we always had that dude who had a friend, and they go inside for the weekend. You don't see them. They didn't bother nobody. They bought ice cream for a couple of kids and kept stepping, but you knew they were different. You knew what it was. But now, and again, like I say, for all people who are coming in, I'm not attacking anybody for what they do. It's how you do it.
No,
whatever
it's history.
Do, be honest.
We putting the things in its historical context.
Mm-hmm.
It's all, we just putting it in a historical context. Because you said back in the 70s, it took 6 months just to touch a titty. And I'm saying in the 80s, it took you about 3 months to, at least feel something, get a feel. So as the time began to pass, the time that's spent between you meeting a girl and touching her and feeling her became shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter, because there was no internet back then.
Uh-huh. There you go. There you go.
See? And here's another one. I'm going to say this to get out of here, Lance. You remember, like I do, if you wanted to see a naked woman, you had to go get a magazine.
Exactly.
You had to literally go somebody say, well, I got an uncle, he got a stack of Hustler or Playboy magazines, and somebody sneak it out the house, and then they'll give it to you. You have it for about 2 days, and then he'll come by and he'll stick it under his shirt or something to get it from you. You put it under your shirt, and then you run to the front door and hand it to him. Then he stick it under. It's like you being in the CIA or something.
For real.
and the magazine went around the neighborhood like that.
All the whole neighborhood.
And after 2 days, he'd be like, hey, man, you got my magazine, my uncle magazine? Yeah, man, I got it, man. Hold on, let me go get it. And he'd be waiting at the front door. Now, a click. And you can see anything you want to see.
Anything. You can search it specifically. We got our other sister Robin in. I just want to say that when I was in the High School of Art and Design, and I was training and doing bodybuilding earlier, I used to be a little, you can tell I was a kid, but I used to go to the newsstand and they would sell me that because I was a porn dealer. I used to sell the magazines to the guys who were too skinny, too scared to go buy it. And I'd throw a little bit on top of the price. I'm not gonna lie. I had a good hustle, boy. I said, listen, come with me. Pick the magazine, I'll get it for you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I said I competed before, like in the early 90s, and I had to get out of it, man, because I never liked to diet. I'm not trying to change the subject, but I just never liked dieting. I always like to eat what I like to eat, like that. But but even in that world, you got men who are like checking you out and sizing you up.
Judges,
they'll come back there and put oil on your back.
Well, yeah, I had people that I had the young lady that would come with me, or somebody I knew and trusted. But yeah, I had offers from guys that were judges, and they try to be innocent. This when I was getting real good. It's like, listen, we want to do a photo shoot after the show. I live in Connecticut. You can come on up. There's gonna be a bunch of fellas up there. You're safe. I have a bunch of rooms. And then as the day went on, they called me back. Well, the other guys can't make it, but you can come on up. And you can stay in the room with me. We can talk all night, whatever. It's cool. We can hang out. Huh? Nah. I had a dude in 83, early 83, late 82, because you're in the magazines, right? So our pictures would come out months after because magazines were slow. They weren't up to. You were getting information now. I mean,
right,
Jay-Z
that's right.
passes
back then.
you're gonna hear it on TMZ. Jay-Z just passed gas. It's still stinking. You know what I mean? You are half a world away. So this dude was trying to get me to come to Canada, telling me, "Oh, you're perfect for the movie role." He was calling the gym because in the magazine it said what gym I was in, and he started calling me. So I'm like, "You don't hear me talk. You don't hear me say anything. You just see a picture in the magazine and you say I'm perfect for a movie role." You know what I mean? And they used to call the gyms left and right when you were in the magazine and saw your name and what gym you trained in. They're trying to call and talk to you.
Yeah, because those magazines went around the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, they went around the world back then. Yeah.
Yep. But brother, man, I mean, when I do a show on that, man, I want you to come back on, man. Feel free anytime. If you're in the chat room, say, hey, put the link in and come on in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I love your honesty and your intelligence and everything like that, and you bring it. That's the
well. Thank you, Lance. I've been a long time listener. By the way, before I go, Lance, what happened to the guy that used to have the pictures on the wall? All those women pictures with the flashlight.
Oh, you've been listening for a long time.
Yeah. I remember that. You said. He didn't call you Lance. What did he call you?
Lamps.
What did he call you?
Lamps.
Yeah.
Lamps. Hey, lamps. I gotta tell people about that story before you get back on the topic.
You gotta tell them. Thank you, Lance. Hey, you all have a good evening, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Robin, meet Robin.
Here. Hey, Robin.
Hello.
Hi.
Let me tell, before y'all get into it, we're gonna get back into it about download double lives. We're gonna have a little fun. I told this story a million times in the show, and I'm gonna tell it again. Brother brought it up, so I'm gonna tell it again. My old girlfriend, won't say her name, she had a brother who was developmentally delayed. Right? Yeah, Pinky on 10. Good caller. He was a good caller. I love intelligence. I feel like I'm related to the brother. You know what I mean? Like we come up from that era and we can relate. That's so refreshing for me. Right? But anyway, her brother was maybe about 30 years old. I was 17 and a half. This is like back in 1980. So I started competing in bodybuilding. I was 16, but I turned 17. And so he was a nice guy. And basically, when I say developmentally delayed, he didn't have a handicap as far as limbs are concerned. But back in the day, not to insult anybody, the word that we would say, oh, he's retarded. And then in the hood, you say, he's retarded. You know what I mean? But he was a funny guy. He had a funny sense of humor. And he wasn't out of it completely. He would dress and talk. He had a job. He worked at the Goodwill, right? And he had simple work, like sweep that part of the floor. He would do it, and he was really into the job. Eventually, he worked in a supermarket. They moved down to Florida, and I reconnected with them. So that's like part 2 of the lamp story, right? But anyway, in the supermarket, he was getting the carts from the lot, and they usually will assign. They're not going to make you a cashier and screw up the money. What you mean? I'm down $7,000 in the register, right? And it's in his pocket. So he was inside his room. He had a girlfriend. The girlfriend was cute, but she was retarded too. So, I'm gonna say it funny, y'all, and not because a person's eye is off, but you talk to her and you see her eye, and then you realize that something was different because one eye's looking at you and one eye's looking the other way. It doesn't mean you're retarded, because I know people who have very master's degrees and the eyes are off, but it clicked with you, right? But with him. And I'm not making fun of him. I love him. I really love him. He's a sweet guy. I don't mean sweet homo, but he's sweet guy. Nice guy. And he's a funny guy. Big sense of humor. But he didn't call me Lance. He called me Lamps. Lamps. Like a lamp, like a floor lamp, a table lamp, lamps. So he admired me a lot. So, oh, lamps. Oh man, my favorite friend. Oh, and I'm like, yeah. And he'd give me a hug, you know, and he was always stinking. He just never washed right. So we're sitting out on the front steps, and it was a 2-story house with an attic. So it was like 3 stories, but the attic was so small. He was on the 2nd floor toward the front window, right? And it was mysterious with him in his room. nobody really, I mean, it was like a big family secret. And I didn't know. I started dating her, coming over to the house. We messing around 3 o'clock in the morning. Whatever. I got to know the family and everything. I had to say, very dysfunctional. So I'm outside and I see this light flash across his window, but he didn't have like a thin thing or little Venetian blinds. Because he was mentally a little younger, he had these thick drapes that he never took down. They were Incredible Hulk drapes. They were heavy. I later found out what they were, but you never saw light. He would put the light on in the room. You wouldn't even see the light. It was dark. So I'm sitting here, and I'm like, yo, what's going on in your brother's room? And the girl I was dating, she's like, you don't want to know. I'm like, what's up with that? You know what I mean? He's flashing a light. What's up with that, Lily? I don't know. You go find out if you want to. Now, I'm nosy. That's why I got so much stories. So I was like, I'm going to see if I can peek in the keyhole. Right? So I tipped up the steps because her room was next to his room. So I could always duck in her room if he pulled the door open. So he loved to play oldies. Like oldies from the 50s. And he had a record player and a tape recorder, and he imagined himself to be a DJ. So sometime when you were outside of his room and he talked funny, y'all gonna be laughing, right? Yeah, this is from 1955. This is the blue whatever, and the song is so and so and so and so. And we're gonna play this song now. Call in if you want. Ain't nobody calling in. It's in his head. It's in his head. So
He was the DJ.
He was a DJ. But yo, let me tell you something. No, this story is juicy if you never heard it before. It's juicy, right? Even the dog is laughing. He knows it's coming. So he's like, I gotta go walk me, but I want to hear the story. I'm gonna hold the doodoo. But anyway, he's in there. I don't hear anything, but he's changing records. I can hear that. So the old-fashioned doorknobs that were glass?
Oh, yeah.
And if you pulled them sometime, it may pull out all the way?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't try to pull it out all the way, but the door was closed, but they had the old-fashioned keyhole. Mind you, this is like 1980, so if it was 20 years before that, or 50 years when that door was put in, it was 30 years ago, it's an old door. And it has springs in it. So when you turn those doorknobs, you like the spring. And I didn't want to alert him because he had music on low. So I see in the dusty keyhole, I got a little bit of a view, right? Look at you laughing already. I'm peeking in and I can see his silhouette because the lights were out, but every now and then light would flash by the keyhole and I pull away because I thought he was looking at me or he knew I was there, but I realized he wasn't. So I took my time. It felt like 30 minutes, but it was maybe 5 minutes. I took my time and turned that knob, the glass knob, real slow. And see, I'm slick. I know how to do this. I leaned into the door. I didn't hold the door normal so it could make noise back and forth. I leaned into the door and pressed the knob and turned it so ain't nothing else moving except that real slow. Now, I would be screwed if he came and tried to open the door and knock into my shoulder or my face. So I got the thing all the way. And then I pushed the doorknob. It wasn't moving, but a little bit to the right so it can hold real good. I didn't want to yank the door back and the other knob fall off because them doorknobs, some glass doorknobs, they're notorious for falling apart. So I started to ease it back. And I made sure to cut the light out in the hallway so I'm not silhouetted. I'm Mission Impossible with this bad boy. You couldn't tell me I wasn't James Bond. So I'm turning this and I pulled it back slow. And I got it open maybe about 1/4 of an inch, like the crack, from the door jamb to the actual door. And I pressed my eye up against the bad boy. So it was dark and he didn't see that I had that little bit of view. What did I see? Homeboy.
With homeboy?
No. No, was no homo stuff. Check it out. Homeboy was on his back, on his bed. His legs was super straight. You know, when people levitate, they have this little magician thing and the cover's over and he's levitating. Homeboy was on his back and with his left hand, because he was right-handed, he had a flashlight in his hand. And he was moving the flashlight on the ceiling, hold it for 3 seconds, on the left wall, hold it for 3 seconds, on the wall down by his feet for 3 seconds, on the wall next to the door and at the door. I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna bust me. But I'm seeing his face now better because my eyes adjusted because of the light in the room. Now, what else did I notice? On the ceiling, on the every single wall down to the daggone molding near the ground, there were pictures of naked women from magazines. Legs open, bent over, not hardcore, but just maybe some of them are hardcore. And I'm looking, I'm like, this guy got naked pictures and centerfolds and all kind of magazines taped to every inch of the wall. And in his left hand, in the dark, he'd look at one, look at the other, and his right hand was going to town. And he had a big thing of Vaseline next to his hip on the bed. He kept dipping. And then with the left hand, he's looking. He was like his legs were straight because he was about to hit that moment.
He was focused.
For real. He was stroking. Stroking to the east. He was stroking to the west.
You know
he was
what?
looking at on the ceiling at them two big breasts. He was stroking.
You know, Lance.
Homeboy was straight. His body was straight. He was rigid. And then he started making these faces. Then he's making these noises. I was like a deer in the headlight. I didn't want to see it, but I couldn't. I'm not homo. I wasn't trying to look at what he got. I was looking at what he was doing. And homeboy was.
That was your sex education class, Lance, for retarded people. You can't limit them.
No.
You don't.
No,
we can't limit them because you know what? They know about that shit better than we do because sex is not something that, you know, if you retarded or whatever. That
no, I know that's even worse.
It's a natural feeling. It's a feeling that you got to deal with, and he was dealing with that shit. No,
I'm telling you. So let me finish this part here. So now he's sitting there and then he makes this noise. And this is why I make the joke that sex can sometimes feel so good that you moan on the inhale. Like we know people moan, right? Or yeah, I got your dog laughing back there, right? No, but people moan, right? But you know it's good when you go like this on the inhale. Right? So homeboy started moaning on the inhale and I couldn't see one hand no more. I mean, I saw the left hand with the flashlight, but his right hand was a blur. It was like it was three hands in one. It's just being still. And so he stiffened up and he was looking at one picture. And it was like, he focused on the one, his hand was going to town. He dropped the flashlight aimed toward me, and he fell out like he was in the spirit. It must have been a good one. So I couldn't move my feet. I said, this guy might have to get up and go to the bathroom or do something. I got to get out of here. I can't. How am I going to tell my girlfriend? I would never do that, but she probably already knew. I backed up out of there.
She told
and I heard him get up out of the bed and I didn't have enough time to run down the steps. So I ran on the steps to go to the attic and sat there. He walked into the hallway, flicked the light on. He knew I was there all the time.
Oh,
he said, lamps. Man, I was like, I was sitting there cowering in the corner by the stairwell going up to the top steps. And he knew I was there all the time. He said, lamps, you know why I do it like that? You know why? Because see, when I used to jerk off, when I was younger, I used to hold one magazine and look at one picture. But if I tape all the magazine pictures on the wall, I could have all of them. I was like, oh my God. He said, my other hand was getting tired anyway.
Yo, he wasn't retarded, honey.
He gave you a whole explanation as to why he did it. And it made sense.
No, that's the funny thing. It made sense.
It made
exactly
sense. For real.
Usually people who are born with those type of disabilities, who people judge them and label them, they know.
No. He was cool with me. You know, I was like, I was telling the friends of mine, I told one friend of mine, and I was like, he was like, you know, I got to try that sometime. I was like, oh man, this is crazy. This is crazy. So he was telling me all that, but after that, we were the best of buddies, and I got more stories for other shows with my friend. I won't put his name out there, but he called me Lance. I'm gonna tell one more funny story that's quick. It's real quick. I've told it before for those who've been around for a long time. I used to work at Home Depot at one time when it first came to New York City, right there at the South Ozone Park store in early 94 when it first opened. And he found out for many years, me and my old girlfriend broke up. We were friendly, you know what I mean? And we didn't call each other. Like we see each other and say, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Whatever. So he found out. So he was in the neighborhood and decided to pay me a visit. So I used to work in the floor and wall department where they sell ceramic tiles, carpet. But my thing was ceramic tile and knowing everything about ceramic tile as much as I did. And he came in to the store. He wasn't peculiar looking, but the way he moved is real tall. And he used to dress like a middle-aged man, the hat, the top hat, and the trench coat. He was real skinny, and his eyes were always looking around. See, when I do a show, when I'm showing my face, I'll start doing those. I just got lazy, you know what I mean? But I got to start showing my face so I can show you how things were with different stories that I'm telling. So he'd come in, so there's a greeter by the door, usually some old retired guy. What aisle is so? Aisle number 7. You know, he gets paid for that. So he said, excuse me. He said, yes, sir. I want to see lamps. Oh, well, you go down 2 aisles and you make a left and make a hard right, and that's where you'll find lamps. Oh, thank you. God bless you. So he goes down, follows the instruction, and he's standing in the aisle with the lamps. So he's standing there, and people come up to him like associates. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Home Depot. How can I help you? Now he's standing around the ceiling fans and lamps and lights and all kind of stuff. So he tells the person, I'm looking for lamps. And the associate that I know all of them, they later on told me, I was there that day. But he couldn't tell them that they wanted to see Lance. He said lamps.
And they kept taking him to the lamp department.
But he was already there. So they said, well, listen, you're standing here with the lamps. He's like, no. I want lamps. He got upset. What's wrong with you? You know, and then he knew his status as far as his development. He said, y'all ain't smart in here. I'm retarded. I'm tarded. What's your excuse? And they're like, listen, this lamp said, what kind of lamps are you looking for? I'm looking for lamps. And he stormed out of the place. And so he came back 2 weeks later. And he asked the same question, and they sent him back to the aisle, and he was thinking I worked in that area. Luckily for him, I was taking a break and walking to the bathroom, and he was giving him the same hassle. I'm looking for lamps. There's all the lamps you want around you. And then he saw me. He said, no, you're wrong. That's lamps. And they, oh, man, I miss you, man. What's wrong with y'all? This is lamps right here. And I had to tell them the whole story, and they all cracked up. Everybody knows that story at Home Depot who worked with me at that time because they had to witness this. So guess what? Everybody was calling me that. Lamps. And not only that, but customers were there. Some of the customers that were there, hey, Lamps, how you doing? I'm like, oh, man, this ain't going to die. And the funny part about it is all the way in Florida, because this was in New York. This was in New York in 1994. And so from the middle 2000s on up, driving the bus, the dude who got on the bus and swiped the card. It wasn't him. It's this Puerto Rican dude who I knew as a passenger. So he says, excuse me, bus driver. I said, yeah, what's up, man? He says, can I tell you something? He says, I said, what? He says, well, my name is whatever his name was. I think it was Al or something. So he says, pleased to meet you, Lamps. And it freaked me out. Giant gains in the house. All eyes open. Let's talk, y'all. I got stories for days. We're gonna get back on this topic, but I had to tell my and I got way more than that.
Your Lamps story. Hey, Lamps.
So we got Robin Hood, Robin, and Giant Game in the house. Giant Game, you're muted. I don't know if you want to unmute yourself or maybe. Okay, you're unmuted. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom. The three of you are here. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of spooked going to the bathroom telling these stories. I don't know what I'll see in there anyway. Give me a second, y'all. Be right back. But continue the conversation. Giant Game, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? How's everyone?
Oh, I'm good.
I'm fine.
I got your turns up so I can hear you when I go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I popped in because with the subject, I was speaking with a coworker and we were speaking about this in the episodes that they have out where, and it's mainly Black men, but there was a few white men that have gone to jail and have come home. But while in jail, they've experienced this male to male takeover because they are Mitches in jail. So they're linked up with a crew, and you have this alpha male who is running a show. I'm in control of the new boys that come in, and they pimp them out. They have sex with them and everything, and it's not something that they, if they get released or whatever, that they can wash off when they come back home to their families. And it made me think about the movie Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence. And as funny as it was, they had some real true things happening in there. And Miguel Nunez was the character, that he was gay, and he was being released and had to go home and couldn't face going home in the situation he was. That's a big problem to a lot of down low situations that's happening, because these brothers come home and they don't want to talk about those experiences that they had in jail, but yet they're still touched by those experiences. Not like they come home and they can wash it off.
No, to just intersect with that, now there's they're trying to bring up this whole new lawsuit that any man that was in prison, I don't know what year they're going to start at, but they're looking for any men that had experienced this in jail and was raped or things like that done to them. They're trying to get a lawsuit for them, because that's just like the same syndrome that they said to us as Black people. When they enslaved us, they told us to pick up ourselves by our bootstraps, and some of us ain't had no goddamn boots. They gave us no kind of administration to try to help us get our minds together after such a trauma. And that's what, as Black people, we are traumatized. And I just hope and pray that they pass this bill, because there's so many men, and it's in my family. I know that, I have uncles and relatives that's been in jail, and this has happened to them. And I don't know, I think I spoke to you, Lance, if you're back. I don't know, I mentioned.
Yeah, I'm back.
I mentioned the Central Park 5 guys that were arrested, and they got arrested for raping that woman, and they were exonerated. Well, the oldest one that didn't have they put in Attica at 16. Okay, what they did to him. If y'all watch that movie, and it hurts me, because I think I'm an empath, because I feel pain. I feel people. I feel pain from hundreds of years. Back then I can feel it. And when I saw what they did to Corey, and I know him, and to see him and what he has become, I hurt for him, because they took something from him, something so precious. And not only that happened to him, but his brother was gay. His brother was killed while he was in jail. His brother was outward gay. His mother put him out, told him he wasn't going to do that in her house. That's the kind of mother they had. But just to say that, I just hope, because it's such a sad thing, that You know, this little boy, they fight as much as they can, but they can't beat a whole army. They got banged down by men, grown men. They take it. And if you cute, don't be cute going to jail, honey. You definitely gonna get in the twitch. You know, and I just hope that bill passed. I hope that a whole bunch, just like the Catholic Church with those boys that were altar boys, a lot of them went and got married and had families, but they still had that scar and they had to deal with it, and I just hope a whole bunch of them deal with it, because this is an insidious, disgusting thing that happens to men and some women and women too, but I'm talking about without consent. I'm talking about don't know what's going on or what's happening. I'm not talking about this new age stuff that's happening today, because what's happening today and how it's happening is not how it was happening. You know what I'm saying? It became so, we became so conditioned to it. We became so accepting of it that it's like almost normal. It's part of our culture. It's part of everything now. So how do we get back to erasing the DL? How do you do that?
At this point, it's out of control. You can't.
It's
It's
beyond
like everybody's gay.
everybody,
Everybody.
Everybody.
everybody, everybody.
I'm out here hiding in the mountains of Africa, and they're out
And
here too.
still, you see them.
But it was so funny. I was, I like music, and you guys know about. Remember the music "So Makosa"?
Mama Dubango, my favorite
Ma-
song. Mama Stoop,
Yeah,
Mama Cool, Mama Sam,
Mama
Mama
Kama
Makusa.
Makusa. Okay, so I go on YouTube and I try to listen to old music, and Mama, that song hit. I love that song. Even when it came out, it was my song. But they got a video now to it. And
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I got a
did
joke
you
on that
see
video though, but go ahead.
did you see that video where the part where when they sing it, Monka
And
Monka,
the kids are jumping around.
when the two guys. Did you see it
Oh, the
with the two
homo thing
guys?
there at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
unbelievable.
I'm like, because even though when you study at Black history, or if you go deep into the I mean, some men when they drew them, they had breasts and everything, and that comes from, we didn't have like a sign like this woman king shit that they bring out. They misinterpret what we are saying, and they took something that they really didn't have an understanding. It's like Stevie Wonder, if you believe in things that you don't understand, it causes what? Superstition. You cannot, these people took our belief and tried to make a real thing out of it. What they did to us is just unbelievable. And now our men don't know if they want to be women, and our women don't know if they want to be men. And it hurts. It hurts me
It's
because
it's it's
I
it's an
have to
attack
live with my
on a multifaceted level, mentally, physically, and spiritually, chemical castration, the indoctrination of the young kids. It's so many attacks to get us away from who we're supposed to be. And like for me now, I don't condone hurting anybody because of the way that they are. I have a
right.
heart that way. You know what I mean?
Right.
I just can't condone that. Um,
Mhm.
but in some cases, some of these guys, I put the link here, but it's all jacked up. I messed it up. You got to go past the www. Let me just put this in this way. But yeah,
But you know what,
in
Lance?
jail,
It almost comes to asking a man, what are you willing to risk of yourself? What part of your soul are you willing to risk to gain millions?
you
I
mean as
mean,
far as the music industry is concerned?
what they doing to Diddy right now? That
Well,
whole
you
thing,
know,
his DL, and the abuse that girl is bringing the charges up against him.
No, well, see, Diddy, from what I'm hearing, because remember, there have been people who've come on the show who had close ties to the music industry. And
Mm-hmm.
not because I say, I know people. I got a family member who's really high up in it. And I mean, really high up in it. And that Diddy, from what I'm hearing, he's a monster. He's a monster. He's embraced that thing. I'm not saying it like I was there and know it and whatnot, but there's too many accounts of different people who are on different levels in that industry. And remember, there are people that I know that I can't repeat their names.
But how far does that goes back? Goes back deep.
Look, Diddy is well known for harassing people and being that monster that we say the others get us into. And there's a choice with that because a lot of, when you're in it, after you're in it, and I'm going to add in Warren Abdullah into the line, but I'm going to finish what I'm saying. When you're in it, you made the move already. Now don't change your mind now when you go do that stuff and they videotape it and symbolically you sell your soul. There's some real stuff with that energy going on. You can't do that. And also about the jail thing, in prison, there's a lot of dudes in there giving it up. I've worked in those places, jail and prison, and a lot of them dudes, it's not like in the movies, they're going to go in there and they're going to take you. They'll hit on you.
Not in all instances, but in most instances, some of them guards are down with it too, because they allow it to happen.
Oh, I know guards that are down with it, but what I'm saying is that it's not like, see, there's enough of that going on consensually. So usually when it's done, it's not done because, I'm going to get some sex from this guy. It's usually some kind of power or control or revenge type thing to humiliate you because you did me wrong. I gave you some commissary and you didn't pay me back, or the understanding where a lot of situations they're not going to tell because I've been in a lot of investigations out of the facility where you're within earshot of what has gone on. And a lot of times when you have guys that say they were raped, it wasn't really about a rape because they were down with it, but they were trying to use the rape thing, just like they use the mental health thing. I feel like I'm going to kill myself. The rape thing is used lots of times, not every time, for the same reason, to get you out of that general population area where you owe a favor back to somebody that they're going to do violence to you if you don't pay them back. They're slick with that. I want to kill myself.
That's a survival mechanism that they use.
No, but see, that's a slick thing. No, that's a being slick thing with these guys. I'm gonna get all the commissary. I'm gonna get all the favors. I'm gonna claim that I feel like I'm gonna kill yourself. So they got to take you to an isolation psych ward where you have 15-minute checks through glass. So they're sitting down. They got to walk up to you, make sure you're right every 15 minutes because I worked those units, and you're naked. Also, I have to add that in. You are naked. You don't have anything that you can use to cut yourself. The lights are bright, and you under surveillance 24/7 in those areas. And these guys know that. They don't mind that because now they got to keep separate from somebody. They have the things like, say, for example, if you have a co-defendant, they got locked up, right? 3 of them. They were all in the same crime. They robbed a gas station, and one of them killed somebody. You can't house them in the same unit. So you have on the instructions when they come into your unit, you have to check and see if there's somebody else that they have to be kept separate from. So there's little thing, and they learn how to manipulate the system. Let me shut up though. Y'all continue on.
But I've also seen in the jail system where there's some guys, they're okay with guys touching them. I had a guy tell me, I don't care. He give me a little commissary. He just touched my butt, my legs. We're not really doing anything. Touches my face and that's it. And I get commissary.
He's got that flashlight in the other hand too.
Then I have those that don't want a female to see that they were touched. So they'll act like, it's nothing, there's nothing happening. Meanwhile, they were already fucked.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of them that they don't want a woman to see that side to them because they know we're going to look at them with disgust.
That's a conversation I've had with a co-worker who she's dealing with that right now. And she don't really know how to feel about it because her guy is asking her to do things sexually, like with the finger in the butt and all that type of stuff, and she's bothered by it, but it's extraordinary for him, and she don't know how to address it. And I just told her to be upfront, tell him you don't like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But because of his reaction, like, it pleases her because it pleases the hell out of him. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds suspect to me, you know.
Yeah. Like he was doing something with men before. Because a real man is not going to let you play in his butt. Don't even get close to it.
Well, you know,
don't even look at it.
I just want to share this. I don't know. I watch some TV, so I look at BET sometime. I don't know if y'all know that scene on Sisters where the boy was wearing he was with the girl, but she noticed that he wanted her to play with his butt, and he had on like lacy kind of underwear and stuff. And she started thinking funny. She was like asking her girlfriends, like, "What's up? What should I do?" Then they was like, "That he gay? What the fuck you mean? What you mean?
That's what I
What you
think."
mean?" And then she started acting funny towards him, and he started feeling it. But he was raised by two. He was adopted, and he was raised by two men who were gay. But he wasn't gay. He just was very comfortable with that lifestyle.
He was gayish.
He was gayish, but he didn't. But she said, he wanted her to play like with a vibrator or whatever. He wanted her to get in with it. But if you stay around that kind of energy, and you fall in love with that kind of energy, it's hard. You wind up compensating. You wind up falling into it, and you might like it. That's why you can't pimp yourself. You need to know when you're gonna get weak. If you don't know yourself, because you cannot be with it. You cannot do that and think you're not gonna like it, because if you stay around it, it's gonna become part of your makeup. Like I don't know.
No, it's true, because they're very smooth with it. Like I have a coworker. She's a lesbian, and she's very sweet. She's lovable. Very sweet. She calls you sweet names, and you melt. But I said, I can't be closer, because she's in that lifestyle, and I don't like that energy.
Well, I'm gonna share this with you guys. I have 2 kids. I have 3, but 2 of my kids are gay. Okay, my youngest baby, and I love her to death, and she's gay. And she's having, she's living her life, but it's hard out there in them streets. When I had my kids, I didn't raise them to be this. Okay, this is something that really just happened. But I wasn't on my watch either, because I went into the closet. I'm gonna just say I just removed my spirit. I just went into myself and just hid. I was hiding, but my kids were still being exposed to things, and we weren't talking. But neither here or there. They're my children, and I love them. And it's not something that I agree with, but it's something that I need to learn about. You understand? I have to learn about it, because I'm not going to leave them out on the street. I'm a mother, and I'm a mother first. What their sexual orientation is something that I have to learn about, because I didn't think that this would happen to me, but it is. It's my reality now.
Have you set boundaries as to what you will accept and won't accept around you?
I say this. At one point, like when they were young and it was happening, I didn't realize it was happening, but they were all it was happening in my house under my watch. Okay, and now that it has happened and they are who they are, I feel like I need to be understanding at this point, being a mother, that this happened. But when I talk to my son, he tells me, Mom, I knew that this was who I was since I was 7 years old. I said, really? And my daughter, she just never really was very she always was a tomboyish, so I really paid no attention. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
thought this was just characteristic traits that children go through. And I remember, at a young age, girls being pretty to me, and I liked them, but that's as far as it went. It wasn't no sex and nothing like that. But I thought girls were cute. Oh, my girlfriend. Oh, I like her. But nothing serious. But these kids now, they just went. And I don't know where I lost that, but they're not on the DL. My daughter is strictly, she don't mess with men. She doesn't. But what she experiences is women who like her, who have children.
Mhm.
Okay, they're attracted to her, and they think they gay now that they had kids, but they're not with men. But they'll go back to a man in a minute. Because when you get dick, you like dick.
Yeah.
Okay? You ain't gonna tell me that you
Unless you've been
prefer,
traumatized by it.
huh?
Unless you've been
Unless,
traumatized by it.
even still, like, fuck
You can't
that.
compare, you cannot compare a strap-on to a real dick. I'm sorry. I don't care what size it is, what it would look like, nothing. It's no comparison. It's
But
never
if a
gonna be.
female has been raped or something like that, and she associates that with a penis, it may make her draw away from it.
Well,
Yeah.
that may happen, but in with my daughter, it didn't. She just never liked. She never
But
liked.
let me
She
just
never liked.
interject really quick. We had Brother Warren. You're waiting for a while. I don't know if you want to say something, brother.
Oh,
Hello.
I'm on.
I know you've been here.
Well, my good peoples, I gotta go right now. I gotta
Okay,
take
Hello.
care of something.
Robin Hood. Okay, thank you for being in. We're
Love
gonna
and
get
light.
you again.
All right. Take
I'll
care.
take later, bye.
Hi.
Thank you, sweetheart. All right, Brother Warren.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello,
Yes,
LANCESCURV. How
yes.
you doing?
Yeah, you've been waiting for a while, so I said, let me just let you on in. Talk to me.
Oh, I had no idea I was on, but I just want to say I've been following your channel for like almost 8 years now. Yeah, 8 years. Big
Wow,
fan of your
bless you.
show. Big fan.
Thank you.
Heard
Thank you
everything.
so much.
Very beautiful.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You have anything to add to the topic of the show? No pressure. If not,
I am a download male.
then we welcome you in because we want to hear from you. Talk to us.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Let's see, where do I start? The moment we become gay and all this other stuff, it's really a slap in the face, and it's a thing that you have to accept because you're this way now because we do research too, because some gay people won't tell you that we do research as well. Once you go this way, you can never go back. But I wasn't one of those children, and it was just like that. But yeah, coming growing up and stuff and all that, it's been kind of okay. But
Right.
I was going to be like, I know I'm gay, I know I'm all of this and stuff, but and it's okay as long as you have love in your heart. But I had knew that this can be detox, and this can go back to my original sexuality. So I was doing research with the man that we all know, Dr. Sabi and stuff, and the
Yeah.
government has been doing some research on no, they've been doing experiments on they took certain homosexuals out to these facilities where they was giving them healthy protein and food that was non-estrogen and non-feminizing, and those men start to be attracted to women. And I was doing more research on a man who said that turpentine turned him from being gay to being straight, and he said he wasn't suppressing himself, and and all of that. And the thing is that I agree with a lot of you guys been saying, but the reality is it is our fault, but it isn't our fault. See, we have TV that's being plagiarized on us, you know, showing images of men kissing each other and all that. And we
Exactly.
know that's wrong,
Yes.
but that's not our fault because we're not showing that to you. Your beef is with Hollywood and the people who pay money for that. Because if you have a little child showing you that, that should be a first concern as a parent to worry about. Like, y'all trying to destroy our sons and stuff like that. Like, yes, they are trying to do that. But as we all know, as we come up to a certain age, like 18, we just live in a dark, demonic, crazy, nasty, sociopathic, depraved, um, good, right or wrong world. And we just have to realize that this way of life is here. It wasn't Aboriginal Americans or any melanin person that has color. It wasn't their way of life. It was Greek and Caucasians' way of life. It was their way of life, because that was tracked back to them. But it was thrust upon us when they came to this land and start taking over and everything and start introducing that way of life here. Even in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, especially in the 90s, especially in the 90s, because that was my mother's era and my dad's era.
Hmm.
But yes, it can be eradicated. The problem is the food we eat, is the water we drink. It's really the water, because I'm gonna say this. Do you drink natural spring water, Lance?
Well, right now, really, I've been drinking rainwater, a lot of rainwater,
Rainwater?
because I'm in
Rainwater, okay.
Africa, right? And we like
Oh, okay, that's beautiful.
not off the grid. Like we're not so far out, we're off the grid, but we catch rainwater. We have tanks and stuff like that. It's going to be more sophisticated than what we do, but I still know the deal about the plastic bottles and all that stuff. And still, if I'm thirsty, I want to drink. But you know, I don't think, I'm gonna say it as a joke, I don't think anything's going to affect my old ass at 60 years old at this point. You know what I mean? But um, but no, I want you to continue, brother, because you bring authenticity to the title and you bring a side that is hard to get. And I have to take my hat off to you for being honest and being intelligent to speak the point, aside from any emotions that you may have felt, if there were points that were opposed to what you felt, which you basically agree with most things. That's a victory for this show, that you were comfortable enough to come in and express yourself. So since we're speaking about this topic, I want you to really go in, share as much as you can, because the bottom line is that there are people out there listening who may be on the verge of suicide. You see what I'm saying? So I didn't have the show to go after anybody. And that's why I
Yes,
had
I
to be
understand.
careful so people could understand. And, you know, I amp up on shows like the one yesterday with relationships and, you know, he was wrong for dumping her. But this is something sensitive because I know many gay men, I know many DL men, and I have close people in my circle who have different things going on. So as I've gotten older, I've never hated nobody, but this is
Yes.
not anything I'm going to do. But you're still a black man. You still have family. You still deserve to be loved. Nobody needs to come and put their hand on you. And if somebody put their hand on you and you didn't, you know, we have people who provoke things. It's like, man, why you put your hand on that man's balls when you know he's straight and he's evil about that? But if somebody does something unprovoked, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna help you. I'm not gonna let anybody put their hands on you. I'm not gonna say, oh, he likes this, so to hell with him. Because no, I don't do that. I'm a very
Disrespect
caring
is
person.
disrespect, where however it's
Yes.
coming.
That's right.
Yes.
That's
Disrespect
right.
is disrespect, however it's coming. Nobody deserves to be disrespected for whoever they decide or make a decision to become or be. If you can't stand behind somebody, because that's what's wrong with us today. You know, like this young man. What did he say? What's your name?
My name
Well,
is Ward Abdullah. I was named after Imam Warif Abdullah, the first one. I met him when I was very young.
Oh,
Wow.
Yes.
okay. That's a
But brother,
powerful name then.
I
Yeah.
want you to continue from your point of view, because it's rare that we have someone who, I mean, I've had shows with gay men on, but they were outright out political, everything. This slice is this slice of a category. You're not a slice, but this slice of a category, if you put it up there, you know, people are like, okay, I want to hear this. So just continue to express yourself and tell me, we're not doing sensationalism here. We know what it entails. But how, continue what you were saying, but I want to know how those you may have dealt with, how did they treat you if it's someone who you saw continuously again, but it wasn't some type of regular thing? Did they look at you? This is what I've heard. I've spoke to many DO brothers. Like,
Yes.
do it with you, the whole range of things, and then they look at you in disgust, but they're in that same genre, that same category. Have you run across that?
Yes, yes, and I'm about to be honest with you. They know as well as I know too. Is common sense, but it's also too a thing of non-common sense, because some gay men, they do it because they hate themselves, or they hate the women, or they confused, or they was raped, or they live in a society that's hindering them. They can't be fully a man, you know, like you just said, the thing of
Yes.
being masculine, the struggle to be masculine. And our young generation, even me, we're twisted in that, the heaviness to be masculine, the heaviness to do anything and everything just to get a woman, to please a woman. It's heavy for us, but then it's not heavy for us because we realize she's just human, I'm just human, she just wants what's best for you. Life is not that hard. It's actually simple, and you will be held accountable for your actions. And what your wife was saying, it really comes down to respect. And the reason they have that discuss is because, like, they can't believe, like, you actually went against nature. And they grow up. And oh well, I'll say it to me, when I first told my dad I was gay and stuff, he couldn't believe it, because he knew that there couldn't be no infiltration, no you can't be butt break him down. You too good of a good person, or if you love women like crazy. And he
Right.
couldn't understand why I chose that way. And I told him why, and he was angry about it, and he left that last night, and he got in the car, and he left. He probably went to go see my other mother, because me being a Muslim, I used to be Muslim. My
Mhm.
dad had 3 wives, so he went to go see her. He came back, and he was
Right.
still angry. Then the next morning, he sat down, he talked to me. He said, I love you, you my son, but I'm actually disappointed in you, because you knew better, and you could have just talked to me. That communication is very important too.
Yes.
And he knew, like, Dean, you too smart, you too damn smart. And he was like, you knew better though. And I was just so disappointed in you. How can you not want a woman? And I couldn't tell him why, because I told him why. I told him because I didn't care. And that was the problem. It's that non-caring.
Mhm.
And he couldn't get it. But then he understood. He was like, you're a good person, you grown, I still love you. You you are my favorite. You are my second favorite child, because he has 8 kids. And
Right.
he understood that life goes on without me. And this way of life has always been here. And he understood that we only human, we only live a certain amount of years in this life. And it's important to live a positive life. And he was telling me that. And we both began crying and stuff. And I wasn't telling him everything that was going on, because when we get to the 10th, no, to the 11th grade, that's when stuff starts to change for everybody who is growing up as teenagers, because we venture out on our own. We try to do stuff. We trying to find ourselves. We trying to find ourselves. And I wasn't trying to find myself. I'm thinking in my head, everybody's already doing something that I already know that they doing, and I was just seeing myself as a loser and stuff. And I'm gonna tell you another reason how people become this way. Now, this is I'm not gonna say it in a way that's gonna make you look like, oh, okay. But I'm gonna tell you the
Speak
truth.
freely, brother. Yeah, speak
They're
freely.
doing Another reason how men are becoming gay is because they are now watching gay pornography, and that's another way to attack males, because everything starts at home now. Because like it's serious. They giving children the tablet, the Xbox. Well, the game systems wasn't really that serious to me because I was interested into women, but that failed. But they're doing it through cell phones and tablets, and they're giving their child an internet device, and a child can just go in there and just do anything. And it comes down to your boys doing this. They don't want to go out as much, and mothers know that there's something wrong with him, because I know he want to go out and get crazy with a woman. I know he want to go out and chase a female. So I'm like, what's up with him? What's up with him? He too damn smart. I know this boy. He's my son. And so
Right.
that was another sign. Like, I didn't want to go out as much no more. I lost that drive of want to go chase a female and be protective and all that. The thing was, I just didn't care. I didn't care, and I lost that. I lost that sexuality to me, and I thought I could never get it back. I could never get it back. But then I was doing research and stuff, and self talk videos, and it was saying your mind is unlimited. So whatever you lost or something, you can get it back, but you got to be respectful, and you got to treat this body with such good health. And so jumping back into that, they just couldn't believe that their son could become gay out of four boys. And so that wasn't it wasn't going to stay that long forever, because I made sure that it wasn't. So fast
Yes.
forwarding to the alkaline water has a pH of 6.9. That's the water that all humans are supposed to be drinking, because that
Yes.
destroys all your sexual urges. It destroys the thing where you feel like you lost in life. Now you're found. It destroys the thing of, oh, you need all this material stuff just to get this woman, and to get this money and stuff. It destroys all that, and you come to a sense of peace in yourself. So I started to meditate and all this other stuff, and energies were starting to awaken within me, and then I started getting spiritual and everything, and then a whole new level of things, of phenomena, start to open up into me. So I had realized that our bodies are being destroyed by the food we eat. We're being attacked. A lot of men don't even know that they're sick, and they like to drink. They like to drink beer, alcohol, wine. That's all good and fine, and in moderation, as long as they're being respectful of their health and others. Um, I had learned that when our treating our body is good. And jumping back into the homosexual thing, a lot of us have a lot of parasites, like worms and shit. A lot of even parasites in your stomach, is in your gut. They get you in your
Yes.
gut. Drinking
Hmm.
this water, it helps clear the gut. You realize you have three minds. You have a brain, you have a heart, and you have a gut. Those are the three minds that controls everything. The heart is really what gets infiltrated the most, because it makes you think that, oh, I need to love this man, but there's some part of you that knows that, okay, this is kind of wrong, but I gotta go where my heart goes. Our heart was infiltrated, so it doesn't know the difference anymore, unless you detox the bullshit that you've been eating for like a long, long time, since you was probably 5 and 6 and 4. So I detoxed a lot of stuff out of me, a lot of worms. I couldn't believe what was really inside of me, and it left me so disgusted. But then I had just came across this video not too long ago. What he talked about, this this man, he talked about hydroplasma something, and it was just a month ago. And this woman, she was talking about it too. Her name is Floorbro, because I do a lot of research on the internet, because it's
Right.
a lot of doctors don't know much because they keep their head in the sand. Um, she was talking about how this Arab man was cleansing himself from homosexuality due to turpentine, and I have realized turpentine has a lot to do with trees, because it's derived from a tree, so that's a lot of oxygen. We need a lot of oxygen to be healed from our bodies, and once we do that, we will go back to being attracted to women again. The problem is we have a lot of parasites in our behinds that makes and women too, that makes women and men
Mhm.
want to have anal sex and all this other stuff that keeps that parasite alive. The parasite
Well, when
will
did
be destroyed. Huh?
how old are you?
I'm 24.
So when did you said you was doing research? I'm just curious to know, when did all of this start happening? Because I'm 64, and I don't know. It seemed like um after after the if you wasn't born in the 80s, after the 80s, it seemed like something else shifted. I mean, I want to know, when did you said that it's something that make you want to have anal sex? When did that happen? Because I can't to this day I really
I
don't.
was okay, ma'am. I first became gay at 15. The reason
Okay,
why I became gay was because I was a victim. No, I wasn't a victim, but I am a victim though. I was watching gay pornography, and
okay,
that made me attracted to men. I wasn't
okay.
caring about my sexuality. I was just really, I was just experimenting with myself, because I've heard a lot of things over the years, and you know, things that make people curious, like, okay, that's cool, but I have realized that I cannot live this way, because I do a lot of research. Like, people tell me, before you say something, before you fact check it, think before you say, or
Mhm,
be a credible source, don't
mhm,
plagiarize. Like,
mhm,
think, like, they telling you, be smart before you say something, or before you tell somebody, or before you show me a credible source. So I had to
mhm.
realize I had to do some research on how to get back to being what I used to be. So I had got into herbs, detoxing myself, and I had went back to a natural state of heterosexuality. So
Okay,
that chapter of homosexuality is completely gone.
okay. But see, you said you start you said you was curious about it. This is something that
Yes, ma'am.
you went and seeked out on your own. It wasn't brought to you. You captured this with your own self, right?
Yes,
Like
ma'am.
so you wasn't a victim, but you was a victim of yourself, because
Yes,
you
ma'am.
was watching the porno, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I was a victim.
you got attracted to it. See, that's what I was saying. That if you stay around with Lance, you still there?
Always.
You remember when you was saying, when I was saying earlier, that if a man if a man is asking a woman to do something and she don't really want to do it and she love him, she might do it, right? And she might
Yeah.
like it,
There's a
right?
reason.
So if
There's a
she
reason.
like it, she might open herself. It wouldn't have never happened had it not been introduced. What I'm saying to the young man is that his curiosity got him into his gay lifestyle, and then it became a battle within himself. So
Right.
because he
And
didn't want to do it. He felt that it wasn't right, right?
right.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to go a little more into the
Downloaders
whole
don't think
porn
like
thing like
him.
we have been doing, because what I've noticed with porn, and I'm not somebody who's sitting up every day watching porn, but people talk to me, and people that watch porn, and people that I know, they know what I talk about, and they say, hey, this might be a good topic, man, because there's a lot of demon porn, like computer generated type stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and the rise of bisexual porn. And this is how
Mm-hmm.
they're introducing it, right? They're introducing it by, like, say, for example, I'm going to say it this way: every man's fantasy is to be with two women. So they'll have that going on. And they have a lot of that. Then they have a lot of group sex going on, right? Over the years, you notice these things, right? Because I go back way back. I'm not saying I'm some professional porn watcher, but I've watched it and I've seen it and I've seen it evolve over the years, right? Now they're having the whole bisexual porn being introduced into the mainstream, but they don't title it like that. You'll see two men and a woman, which if I'm going to pick one, I'm going to be with two women, right? But there's some guys that in the porn world, the way it's always been, for the most part in mainstream, is if it's a MFM, male, female, male situation, he over there and the other one's over there. Now they're doing stuff with the bisexual porn where they're starting out doing what two men and a woman would do, but then all of a sudden, say, hey, wait a second. The man is down there licking the girl's clit while the other man is inside the vagina. Now, this is graphic talk, right? So straight men don't really want to get too close to a dick like that, right? Then you look at the next scene, he's sucking it. This is an introductory thing, and you probably will agree with me, Warith, that okay, what do we look at porn for? Men, women looking at it too, ever-increasing amounts to masturbate, to a fantasy that gets them off so they can usually go to sleep or just drift off into something else, work off that stress. This is used as a way to introduce the possibilities of other things. So for a lot of guys, brother, like when you said you were experimenting, they'll get introduced. Say you're 12, 13 years old and you just horny anyway, and you happen to see this and you're not as defined sexually, but you see this, so it's okay in your mind. There's no political anything. You're in your own thoughts. So it's like, okay, that can happen. And then now you accept it. And then it grows from that and you begin to crave it. Because, I mean, I've been with women who like to watch porn and they pretty much, with two men, that's basically, in the back of the day, that's not acceptable. That's gay. Get away from me type thing. But with two women, because straight men like that, it's okay for chicken and doing all kind of stuff. So it's what they like. But now they see the power of that, and now they're trying to introduce a little bit of extra stuff here and there. So we have the transsexual stuff, the tranny stuff, and all these things now, as men are stroking themselves and they're getting in a frenzy about to have an orgasm. Later on down in the porn flick, there's a man doing something. So it's like, what do? Roll with it or reject it? A lot of men are not going to reject it at the point of orgasm. It's going to sink into the subconscious mind as something that represents pleasure. You see what I mean?
Yes. But
to each his own.
agree with
Yeah.
But what I was saying really is to the LGBTQ community is if you know in your heart that you don't want to be this no more, you have to because you have to love yourself. You have to heal, you have to detox, you gotta get all this stuff out, and you have to go back and you will go back to your original sexuality. A lot of people don't be believing me when I be saying this. It's like, I'm actually straight now. I'm not gay. I'm not attracted to men no more. No, I'm not suppressing myself. I really went out and detoxed myself, and I'm fully healed, because you need a detox from all the parasites that you've been having. There's certain parasites that be in the anal cavity in men and women that triggers that sexuality of wanting penis in an anal hole where you use the bathroom at, and for number two. And
you know that there's a certain spot between the anus area is a thin spot. That's why a lot of men like having that, because it does something to it. When I talk about it, I get passionate, because I know some guys, and being a police officer, I had to go to the hospital with this man, who was gay, and they had these tubes that they used to use, and they would put these tubes in the butts, right? And they get gerbils. and the gerbils will go up these tubes in the butt, and they would scratch and get like suffocated. That's what happened to them. The gerbils suffocated.
Yes, that's where the parasites are.
Yes. Well,
Yes.
that's why they got parasites, because these people was used. They do all kinds. When you got it right, when you said it's Greek, it's Roman, is all of this. These are people who think like this. But there's a spot
Yes.
that when a man when that happens to a man, it's hard for them to not want that sensation again. It's like
Yes.
when you get, if you know anything about addiction, when when the pendulum rocks, it rocks normal. You know, when the pendulum, it goes over to one side, but once you become addicted, it doesn't go, it winds up not coming back to the normal spot of where it's supposed to come. It winds up going from normal to euphoria. When someone gets addicted to that type of sensation, it's not always
Yes.
that they really want to be gay. It's just that they want that sensation. And
Yes. Yes.
sometimes
Yes.
people need to differentiate between what you like sexually, and you can how to get it without having to be called or look for it for a man. Had that not been open to a man, he would never know about that spot.
Yes.
Just like a
Yes.
woman who ain't never had anal sex ain't gonna want to have anal sex because she don't want that. That ain't
Yeah.
something that she want. You know, so these decisions that we make, we have to take accountability for them. But when you
Yes,
see
ma'am.
something, it's the work that you have to do with yourself. It ain't got nothing to do with it's yourself. It's yourself. You can't make a man who think that if he say he gay, it's up to that man to say, no, I'm not. You understand? Because if he
Yes, ma'am.
continues to condition himself to be in that type of behavior, that's where he going to stay until he does the work to understand why. Why are you
Yes.
doing it? And, is it for money? What is it for? Why it's a whole bunch of psychological reasons. And like you said, this is systematic. This is something that was introduced to our
Yeah,
culture that was not our
sister,
culture.
hold that thought. I want to make an announcement. Okay. Okay. This has nothing to do with the panel, but I'm always fair in the chat room, and a lot of games go on. On YouTube, I have a screen where I can see a chat room and I can see all the comments. And on StreamYard, when I'm blocked, you can't block me on StreamYard. I can see everybody. So when I look on StreamYard and see people talking, but I don't see them on the YouTube screen, that means I'm blocked. So for those who play these little games because other people ran away with their tails between the legs, we're playing these games, don't come back. You're blocked. Go ahead, sister. I'm gonna be quiet for the rest of the show. I got a couple phone calls to make.
No,
I'm not stupid.
I'm just saying that it's nice to hear this young man who was brave enough to come and share his story
Yes,
today, and
I
tell us
commend him.
how he saw something about himself and did what he needed to do for him. Everybody ain't there yet, but hopefully he can help somebody get there. And that's the opportunity that I thank you for, Brother Lance, because there's opportunity here. You understand? For a lot of people to understand what this young man just said. It's his story. It was his journey. It was how he overcame something that he probably didn't even understand when it happened to him, but got addicted. Addiction is
Yes.
addiction. You can be addiction to food, sex, gayness, being gay. We living in that type of energy right now. But I think we about to shift. I really do. I really do think that a lot of people are waking up to a whole bunch of shit and
Yes, ma'am. And it comes with
coming to
change.
coming to a realization how we've been in a trick bag. We've been miseducated, misinformed, misdoing a whole bunch of other things, and me being a mother, I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. But it don't make me change how I love my kids. Because if they need, that's how I feel today. Because I wasn't always that person. I was hiding. I was, and then they got exposed to whatever. And I don't know what happened, but it happened. And when they get enough time, or when they want to talk to me about it, or whenever I get into those, moments where I can like slip in a question, that's when I do. I take my opportunities to get the information I need, so I know how to move with them.
And sister, keep encouraging yourself that this is a learning lesson, a growing moment for you as well, and that you're taking that challenge to grow and not become, vengeful or hurtful or, reframe like you did before, that you're learning yourself through this process as well. So pat yourself, fix your crown, and keep moving.
I thank you, and I accept. I received that information, and that's exactly what I intend to do. That's my intentions. But anyway, young man, I'm glad to hear from you. I really am, and I salute you on your success and your journey.
Applause to you, King. Applause.
Thank you. Thank you. How much time do I have on here, Lance?
You're on here until he's not on here.
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
But I,
sorry.
I have a question, or I guess a statement to the fact that right now with our society, nothing matters. Like you said, you didn't care, and they are building off of the fact that it don't matter.
Yes, they building off my ignorance of not caring, being a typical American. Yes, yes.
And that's the what they're doing right now with our youth is you could be whatever you want to be. So with that being how they're pushing things, will that make it less likely or more likely that people will now not
Somebody has a lot of background noise, y'all. Somebody's got to mute themselves if they got the background noise.
would it make them more susceptible to not being down low because they can be whatever they want to be with the way society is pushing things, and like you said, Lance, earlier, you don't know what you're getting into, and I totally agree. You don't want to date. You don't know what you're dealing with. It's too much.
Yes, it's Pandora's box that I was opening up, even knowing that what I knew what I was doing was wrong. But since my dad, he knew about Dr. Sabi and detoxing and all that, I was lucky and I was fortunate to get out of this sexuality and to detox from that and go back to my natural lifestyle. A lot of people don't believe me. Like I get this 3 times a year, or because I got rid of it in 2019. A lot of people don't believe me when they be telling me that you're still gay. No, I'm not. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. All the detox I had to do, it was gone. It took 2 months to get all the parasites out of me, and I went back to being straight again. Like I be telling gay people, like, you don't have to be this way no more. I can teach you how to get out of it. I can give you the parasites, give you the herbs, and to cleanse yourself, because we really all need cleansing. Everybody, the whole community need the whole LGBTQ need cleansing. No more. Because another thing that my dad told me that got me worried was that because there was going to be a point where I was going to accept being this way because I'm really like a nobody at this point, but I'm still a good person. I'm gonna live my life whether you like it or not. He told me that a lot of homosexual men, when they have this anal sex and stuff, it gets ripped, and they have to wear diapers and stuff like that. And I told
Wow.
myself, like,
Facts.
I thought that was a regular thing, but he told me, like, that's not that's not natural. I understand y'all some good people, y'all you have good, you have a good person, but this isn't good for your health, and you can die. And I had saw a video of a homosexual man, probably in his 80s, or yeah, in his 80s. He looked real bad. He was real skinny, real weak, and he was hooked to a machine and stuff because of living that lifestyle and living his truth. it killed him, and he was on his deathbed. And my dad showed me that it was out of fear too, because the fear is good, because you need something to get you moving. And I saw that, and I told myself that that cannot be me. And once again, I'm not suppressing myself. I'm not saying like, oh, he's just trying to be strong. No, I'm straight again. Like, loving yourself is real important. Like, as we grow up, become teenagers, loving yourself is really important. Either, my dad told me this too, once I got detox, love yourself or die young, because that's what happens to a lot of children. They die young because they're not loving themselves, they're not getting credence to the women around them, they can't love themselves, and they cannot love others. You have to do both, and you have to find peace in your life. And that's what I did with detoxing, with turpentine, and these um these green pills. It had a lot of herbs in it. And I drank alkaline water that had a pH 6.9 and higher, because I had got some I had bought a what's it called, the Kangen water. I bought that too, and that water was able to alkalize me to get the parasites out of me. And I had crapped a lot of parasites out of me in the toilet. And a lot of people cannot believe what's inside of you. And there was one that had pointy spikes and stuff like that. So yes, a lot of to the LGBTQ community, you can be healed, and you can be I guess I'll say cured, because I know there be some days where a lot of y'all just be like, can I just go back to being what I used to be? Like, yes, it's just, the research is hard. Like, the cures is, we managed, as a human race, we managed to like cure everything. Cancer is just a couple things that's just left, and homosexuality just got stamped. It's just haven't been released to the public, and it hasn't been like done with human trials, and it wasn't like a public thing. Like, most people don't really know about it, because the government do things where the people don't even know about. And I had to hear about that from the lady who was also detoxifying me, because she was into the science field and stuff, and she knows people that works in the government, and she got that information from her friends that was doing the experiments, taking these people out to the facilities and experiment on homosexuals, and they became naturally straight. The problem is that we need more oxygen in our bodies. Like, our skin is an organ itself, and it needs to be breathing. So when I was detoxing, I was naked for about 2 months, and I was drinking water and detoxing myself with the pills I was taking. It was green pills, it was plastic, it was vegan and everything. And I started to become attracted to women. This is no lie. This is real shit. Real shit. Like, it could be done. It could be done, and your boys can go back to being safe again. They can go back to being strong. They can go back to being healthy. It could be done. The
And
problem
you
is
know,
that
I'm
we as men. Oh, I just had to say one more thing. That'd be all. The thing is, we as men, we have to stand up. We have to say that enough is enough. You got to go to the government. You got to go to Hollywood with that weird shit. You got to tell them this is enough. Like, y'all, no more trying to fucking kill our boys. No more trying to kill our daughters. Well, to me, yeah, I had to say that too, because we have fathers too who's worried about their daughters as well. Want them to be feminine, want them to be, healthy, and to be whole, and to be authentic, and to be weak, and to be, but as a good thing, because most men, they like, I want my woman to be, feminine. We want our sons and daughters to be healthy. So you have to go to Hollywood, you have to go to the music industry, you have to go to these people who is putting this garbage in your child's mind, and to tell them enough is enough. Damn it. Like, enough. Like, no more trying to show this shit to children. Like, y'all can make y'all movies and stuff and let this shit die off, because I know fathers and mothers, because I have nieces. I have a niece, and she got her kids and stuff, and And when she's up into raising them, I know she worried about them, stressed out. I know they don't want their child to be, to be infiltrated or to be what's that word, to be suffering because of something that was thrust upon them. Like, enough is enough. Y'all have to stop putting this shit in my in my child, this garbage inside of my child. It has to stop. It has to stop. And this comes from Hollywood, showing videos and stuff. And you just have to be proactive and to say enough is enough. Like, that's where the big fight is, to end homosexuality for the world. I mean, for the world, because it's not a hate thing. It's not a hate thing. But a lot of people say, when would it be over? It'll be over when you finally step up and to say enough is enough. That's all.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. I'm going to really look forward to hearing the comments, and I welcome them, because you're one man, and I have to say you're exceptional because you have a well-balanced upbringing that helped you to look at things in a certain way, analytical way, fair across the board, regardless as to where you stand on the spectrum of sexuality. I applaud you for that, because there are a lot of men who have been on the show, when I've had shows in the past, dealing with full LGBTQ, same gender loving individuals, that would get very emotional about others who, even if they're in the same community, right? And when we say this, it doesn't mean that everybody's holding hands in that community in agreement. You know what I mean? And yeah, I know that. You know what I mean? I mean, there's racism in that community, right?
Yes.
You're used for the political reasons as a black man if you were to go to a function that promoted that, but as soon as you step out, some of the same ones are calling you nigger too. It won't come on your side of town when it's time to deal when your little brother or sister shot or raped. I've always said that. You know what I mean? So even though I may not do certain activities or whatever have you, that don't mean that we can't find something more. We have more in common than what we do in our bedrooms. You see what I'm saying? So this has always been my push, but many people have tried to flavor it in a way, oh, Lance is against this, and to rouse up conversation. I have been a little amped up before in older shows. But one of the guys that was shot several times in Orlando at the what's the nightclub? I used to drive past it on my bus route every day. The nightclub shooting where they killed all of those people, right? He came to my house to do an interview. Came to my house. I didn't say, well, I'm wiping down the doorknobs. He used the bathroom. Let me go clean and disinfect it. No, brother came in. He brought a female friend with him. We had a good time. He was there to speak about the killing and also different issues that black gay men have in the community. I want information. I want enlightenment. Whether a person agrees on something or not, enlighten us. Tell me how. Tell me whatever. Not to exploit, but so we have an understanding. Because there are people in families who are not going to say anything. There are people in families who they may have a father who's going to really try to kill them, or the mother, just so emotional hurt, suicide. I don't want to see none of that. Just because I'm not in it or doing it or whatever, and it's something I don't do. Look, if I go to Golden Corral, the all-you-can-eat joint, and if all I go in there and eat is chicken, I'm not going to say ban the steak, ban the lamb, ban the fish, because I don't eat it. No, you have a right to come in there and eat what you want to eat. You're not taking beef and putting it on my plate. I'm not putting chicken on yours. Well, you probably like chicken. I like chicken too. We have more in common. But we got to, as a people, we understand the differences with so many different things. Politically, what we do behind closed doors, what we believe in. And we're all rolling around in the dirt, fighting over small differences when the cops pull you over with the intent in their heart to kill you. They don't ask you, are you Muslim? Are you gay? Are you Christian? They don't give a damn who you are unless you got the secret handshakes. Other than that, if you're not part of the boule, they're going to snuff you. And we're so split up. Grown people split up over different ideologies. Grown people who can't be real. And this is why I got this message across the thing. They want to use you for their promotion, use you for whatever. And that's what it is. The games that people play, house cleaning. So you, brother, I would accept you more on my team and see more in common with you than I would with people who profess something and they just want to exploit you for their own promotional reasons. There's a lot going on out here in the world and you just don't know who's who around you. And this is why I commend you for your honesty, for speak. You know, look, we can hang out and it ain't me trying to be DL or whatever. No, but you're intelligent. You got people out here who feign intelligence, feign positivity, and they ain't about shit. I'll say it that way. I'm a little amped.
Yeah.
I'm a little amped. But yeah, everything comes to the light. And house cleaning is a good thing. So, man, I really want to, in the future, maybe do a show and promote it where we get other brothers on and some sisters who are in life, whether they're out or not. Not to, some people will say, oh, man, and you know I'm gonna get it because I always get it. Man, why are you promoting this stuff? Didn't you? We need awareness on everything, man. If somebody's sitting up having a heart attack, cardiac arrest, and they happen to see somebody, the head physician, doctor, whatever you want to call it, and that's the one who can save his life, you going to reject that? We need more transparency in the Black community. We have a common enemy. We have a system that's against us. You so beautifully detailed the things that can happen, and a few of the things I knew, the atrazine and the water and the fertilizer, all of these things out here in the motherland are prevalent. I've been wanting to do it. I'm going to do it soon. I think I'm going to go down into town one of these days coming up. I do this on a regular. I have to. And if you go and you look at the places that sell fertilizer, they have the atrazine in it out here in the motherland, and they don't know. Many of the people here, you would think that when you come here, especially to Ghana, because all countries have their own individual customs and ways of doing things, languages and everything, and that's what has us split up. All the borders, all the languages, all the religions and the offset type things and cultural things, because see, Christianity is the rage out here, but there's other stuff under it that they ain't telling you. See? So we say African spirituality and it sounds so good, but I know people here who don't know a damn thing about what's going on over here, the sacrifices that they do to people, the fools that come out here and leap into anything because it sounds good and they're really dealing in the occult. And I know some who are in it who know about it, and it's not the occult, it's the original thing. So what I'm saying is that while people fuss on, oh, who's DL? Hey, get away from me, or whatever, the person who's living next to you or down the block, around the corner, might be plotting your downfall. You see what I mean? And they smiling with you every day. See, for me, at this point, I'm 60 years old. Yes, I keep saying it because I got to keep reminding myself to have a sense of urgency, because we're not here forever. I'll probably live another 100 years saying that. I don't know. I don't care, because every day that comes is about positivity, but also the human body tells you in life how to do it. You eat food, you consume things, but it can't stay for long. If it's not doing you any good, you use the good and you get rid of the bad. You use the positive and you get rid of the negative. And it's a constant state of house cleaning that we have to do in our world. And again, brother, like I said, I really commend you and I thank you. I'm soon going to wrap it down, but tell me some more. Is there anything more you want to say? And I want you to keep in contact. Yeah, keep going. We're going to keep going as long as you talk, because you are the show. You made this show. You validated what we put out there, and I thank you for that. But go ahead. I'm going to shut up right now.
Yes. When I was out there detoxing myself, getting rid of all the parasites I've been eating, because I had to do a I had to do a gut detox that deals with your lungs, that deals with your kidneys. I had to do every organ I had to detox. And then finally I was going back to being straight again, because I had realized is that your body is being infiltrated by living organisms inside of you that you don't even know that's inside. So we have good bacteria, we got bad bacteria, but really we need bad bacteria. We have good parasites and we have bad parasites, but we have a lot of bad parasites that need to be flushed out. So I'm like most conscious people, I do a detox every 2 weeks or every once a month, because I'm still young and I still have a lot of energy. Um, I had realized that what the lady, she was telling me, she said healing starts with self-love. Everybody's trying to take these herbs, everybody's trying to take everything, but they're not living a good life. They have hate in their heart. They're not at peace with themselves. They're not living a positive life, and they're not treating their body as well. So she had told me that healing starts with self-love. You have to love yourself enough to where you had to forgive the person who harmed you, or you had to love yourself enough to the point to where you can go back to you can heal yourself, and you have to leave this person alone, and you come in from a space of where I can do this, and I'm living in my blissful life. You have healing starts with self-love. I haven't been loving myself for like a lot of years growing up and stuff. And I had to realize I have to love myself. Even my dad, he was doing a lot of stuff when he was young and stuff. And even when he had me, he was still, he know what he was eating was kind of bad, barbecue and all this and that. But he realized he had to detox, and he had realized he had to love himself. So he came back to a place of loving himself as well, because he did detox with me too, because he had a lot of stuff that he had to detox from himself, from the potato chips, from the pork and all that. He had to detox from all that. So healing really starts from self-love, and you can do whatever you want in this world. That's on you. But if you really want to get rid of these parasites and these demons, because um a lot of homosexuals, they hate being weak, and that's what I hated, me too. And when I detoxed the parasites, I was getting all my strength back. It was coming back in the second month, because it took 2 months for me to detox and get the parasites out. I had fully got my strength back, and I can fully fight, I can box and everything. I wasn't faking nothing or anything, and
I'm
I
with
was
you on
straight.
that.
I was really attracted to women again, huh?
I'm with you on the boxing part.
Yes. Yes, I can fight and all that, and I don't even need a gun. I just know in my heart, like, I'm a man. I can protect women now. I love women, and ain't nothing gonna destroy that. Like, again, and I really be saying it, like, a lot of gay men, a lot of gay women, if you want a man or a woman, because I know that's in your heart what y'all really want, because y'all really just want each other, because there's a time we do need to be alone by ourselves, because we need to get away from the world and from work and jobs and all that, and we need to come back to ourselves and be like, okay, I need to take some time to myself. But we what we really want is each other. So if you feel like you need to detox, you go detox from everything. And that's how I came back to who I was again. I got my sexual orientation back. So detox, brothers and sisters. I'm not making this shit up. This shit is real. This is true. I ain't making this up. This is real. Go detox. Go detox. Like, detox. If you feel like you need to go take a trip, spend as much money to get and fly out to well, what is it that Dr. Sabi was doing his retreats and where was it? It was called um somewhere in Mexico. I think y'all could watch one of his videos, and he can tell y'all where. Oh, the Honduras. Yes, yes, you can stay up there as long as you can. It is pricey, but if you care for yourself, for your self care, and you trying to detox this stuff out of you, and you know that it's going to deliver and it's worth it, go out there. I didn't go out there, but I went somewhere else. I found a little niche out here in the woods somewhere in Oklahoma, and I was able to detox because I was free from people and from cities and all that, and it took 2 months to detox all the stuff out of me, and I had put all this stuff out of me, and there was luckily there was a restroom because we went to the gas. I had went to the gas station because I had to because I was drinking a lot of water and stuff, and I had to use the bathroom, and that's when the worms had finally came out and stuff. But before then, worms was coming out 3 or 4 in the second month because that's when it was coming out, and I felt a little bit withdrawal, but I felt my energy coming back too that day because I felt fully strong and I felt fully a man and I can fight and I had no I didn't question myself anymore. That's how I knew I was straight again. And I went back to my life and I start asking my next door neighbor out and I felt fully attracted and I was kissing and having sex. And this is no joke. A lot of men need to detox. Like a lot of men in the United States of America is sick. They're sick. A lot of them are sick, and it's not a joke. You gotta purge that stuff out of you.
Indeed. And you see, what you're saying makes sense. I want to see what the responses would be to what you just shared, which makes a lot of sense because detoxing takes care of everything.
Yes.
It takes everything. You see what I mean? So what would others who would disagree with you, who are in the life, say to hold on to what it is that they're doing? Because according to what you're saying, and I fully agree, this means that they are in an unhealed state that's toxic. How are they going to take this? And this is why I want to have you on again and have others come in who may want to dispute, not to be the second coming of Jerry Springer, but to intelligently, if they can come back with something. I'm fair across the board. As long as they're respectful, intelligent, as you have presented yourself, then I'll have it because I'd like to see what they say. And this is very intriguing. And really, to be honest, I've never heard that perspective before. But to come think about it, it makes a lot of sense.
Because healing starts with self-love. It really does. Love yourself.
Serious.
Yes. Yes. Love women, love the universe, love everything, because that's all it is. That's all we are at the end of the day. We're energy and we have to love. You have to let that and you have to let that stuff out. You have to express. Yes, there's energies when you feel like you need to go lay down and rest, and there's energies where you gotta live your life. Like is you gonna dwell all your life? Is you gonna not say nothing, speak out, or is you gonna communicate? And because your fear of looking stupid is holding you back, and that's the problem. So you gotta be honest. You gotta be a man. You have to be a human. Even for women, you have to speak. You have to say that stuff. You have to say it. You have to say it. And I know there's times where you don't want to talk because you want to telepathically say something to that person without. Yes, you have to love yourself.
You popped out for a second. You popped out for like 2 seconds and got right back in. It's just a glitch. Keep talking, brother.
Oh, you have to love yourself. It's really easy because you have a woman right there and you attracted to her body and everything. So it really comes down to just go after her. It's common sense and don't let another second guess you because you have family that loves you. They want to see you win, but you have to win for yourself. You have to do it for yourself and not do it for nobody else. You have to do it for yourself. You have to love yourself and and they say it to you all the time. even though it's not true, because you too are the prize, women are the prize, but you're also the prize because you see herself as a reflection of you, and she does as well. And that's why you replicate a child with her, because the only reason why we are attracted to one another, to a man and a woman, is because we see ourselves as a sexual thing, to as a offspring, as mating potential. So
Mm-hmm.
it comes down like that, because it really comes down to common sense. Your parents be telling you that a blind man will still kiss a woman. It comes down to common sense. It's like, are you willing? It's like what you said in the video. What somebody said. It's a little bit sad, a little bit disappointed, because you have a brain, you be thinking about other stuff, but it comes down to this: how far are you willing to go to bust a nut? And
Exactly.
it's
I've found myself on two occasions, no, well, really one occasion, jumping out a second story window into a roof and jumped down into a yard that had dogs that were on chains that barely, and I had to go next door in the blizzard and go take clothes off somebody else's line and run out of there because somebody's husband came home that I didn't know existed. So, that goes along where you say, how far will you go to bust a nut? But see, I didn't know that. I thought it was, they put me in that situation, man. That's life and death. You scared. You're like, wait a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Robin, I think you get some echo in the background there. Yeah, okay,
And
go ahead.
it's just like women, they love you, they want to see you win, and they want you to be happy with them, because when it comes to like sexual things in the house and y'all all alone, she sees you, what you see her, you see her as a plaything, and she sees you as that too. And it's like your parents, they tell you, or somebody that tells you, and it comes down to common sense too, because it's like, why would you want to go that way? And I had to realize that was one of my sins that I was doing. And I had to realize that, okay, I can go get detox, I can go get some help, and I can go back to being straight, and I won't have to live this gay lifestyle. So
Right.
it comes down to common sense. It's like, just kiss and sleep with her and all that. I understand where all the other stuff comes from too. That's why I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take my time. I don't want to have no kids in my 20s. I might have them in my 40s, because I'm still gonna live life in my 30s. But you just have to respect yourself and respect others, and just love yourself, because life really isn't all that serious. It's serious, but it's not that serious. And you have to realize that's why certain religions are there. I don't agree with them, but religion, it gives you a way to give you some structure. The fear, I saw a woman, she commented on or a man, I don't know which one. They commented, they said, how is fear is low vibrational. It is low vibrational, but it's kind of a good thing too, because it puts you at a place of you need to think, or it puts you at a place where this isn't right. And that fear gives you a problem. It gives you a thing too, to feel like, oh, there's something wrong, this isn't right. It gives you like, there's something, like there's alert, you need to this is a problem, we need to solve it. So that fear is good too, because men wouldn't be here just for nothing. We are here to provide and to protect, and to live, to exist as men too, and to live, because
Right.
we men, we are not here to be no doormats at all. And so we are here to live with the women, and the women, they know everything, they can see everything. It's just like, just don't go against them. See, that's the thing too. It's like the homosexuality thing, even though that it was thrust upon men and women, but it's like, to the women, it's like, that's why women, that they take your time, they take their time with us. It's like, take your time with us, and trying to but it's like too, it's like, just don't go against yourself. Why would you want to go against all this? You're strong and stuff. And that's why it's good too for men to cry and to express their feelings and stuff too,
Exactly.
because You only here for like a limited time. There is no rush, brother. We are here for you. Do not act like you go on this by yourself. I know as a man, you feel like you could do everything and anything by yourself. And sometimes that is true. But when you come home or from work and stuff, you come home from you come back to a place of, I'm tired of this. I need to be weak, and I need to be vulnerable with my family and my friends and not get abused, nothing. So that's where respect comes from. And I realized, like, even though all this money and cars and stuff, I cannot be, this stuff must not make me miserable. So I need to go what makes sense, what is tangible, and what lasts long. And we know that love and loyalty last long. So that's where the coming of loving women comes from, because it's so easy. So to the LGBTQ community, I have no negativity towards what you love or who you with. That's not what I'm for. I'm just telling you there is a way out of your sexuality orientation, and you can go back to being what you used to be. And and I say that because you probably just don't want to be this way, and you probably just want to go back to loving women, and you have women who want to go back to loving men. They want to be protected. He wants to protect something, and it comes with the men saying that enough is enough, because they gonna take men most seriously, or we gonna take you out. And that's what they're scared of. That's what Hollywood is scared of. That's what the government is scared of. They coming to the forefront of something that is important, that deals with life, that deals with common sense. Is rational, and they're scared of that. They want you to be worried about everything else. Homosexuality is a part of one of them. But I just told people the cure, or and another word for it, is to reverse it. I was reversing my sexuality to go back to being what it used to be, because a lot of gay men won't tell you this also. There is still some point, there's still some energy there. There's still some point of them that's still attracted to women. They want to go back to loving women, but they just don't know how. And I just gave you the solution to how. You have to detox. You have to detox. You have to purge all those parasites out of you. All of it gone. You have to detox. You have to get rid of it. Turpentine helped me great, because turpentine is called spirit gums. It's derived from a tree. It has a lot of oxygen. Since we breathe out carbon dioxide, they take in that carbon dioxide and they give us oxygen. A lot of trees is rich in oxygen. So I realized a lot of us, we need oxygen, so we can heal ourselves. And so yes, we can get rid of this thing that doesn't what's that word, we can get rid of this thing that it doesn't it doesn't sit well with nature, and it's not harmonious with nature, and it's very anti-nature. We have to be real too, and be honest. It's against nature, but I just gave y'all the solution how to get back to it, because we want to be a part of nature and all this. A lot of these people who make these movies and stuff, they are against nature. The Vatican, whoever y'all, yeah, the Illuminati, whatever y'all want to call it, they are against nature. And until the men and the women come up to them and start punching them in the face and saying, "We're not doing this no more. Y'all can get your ass out of here. Get the fuck off this planet." We're not tolerating that shit no more, just because you secretly do not like women, and y'all just need to go, because you've been the parasite all along, because you've been telling us that we need, schools, we need all of this and that, when all we really need was ourselves, because our boys, we just want, all they ever wanted was the female, and the female just want the male, because it's a it's an attraction, and that attraction should never be destroyed. As long as that attraction is there, you should never be worried about nothing in this world, nothing, unless for the women, because what I found out is that um you don't have to take my word for it. I found out that women are the true predators, because they deal with your emotions, and they know how to get you. But
Yes.
they're scared of the men because the men are not going to take this shit if they find out like, okay, you've been the problem, so Hollywood, you got to go. We're going to destroy your shit. We're going to burn everything. Get the hell out of America. You don't belong here. Matter of fact, get off this planet because I don't even think you from here. So it comes down to just standing up what's for right, and you know what's right because it's in your heart. It's been in your heart. Somebody just been telling you to change your mind, and that is the issue. I feel like I'm not gonna say everybody in this world because you know we because not caring is really the key. The greatest attraction is not caring. That's how you get that woman. You got to stop caring and just go for her because she don't want to be miserable. She don't want to be alone. So just come get her. It's like it's for the ride. It's for the ride. And so it's like it's no is no enough is enough. So you gotta go because you're not right with us. You're not right with nature. So a lot of these movies gotta go. A lot of this negative music that's telling us because another reason why this keep coming back is because you have some men who are too masculine in their neighborhoods that make other boys, you know, who just probably a nerd or a geek or they just a good man, a good young man and stuff, and he takes care of women. He's dating women. He's a good person, but he's seeing this stuff and all the shooting, all the stealing. I steal gas from your car. I don't come back and help you because you got a spare tire and your tire was destroyed. All the bad karma too. It I'm not saying that's it's not an excuse, but I'm saying that all this extra testosterone on the gangs, the gang banging and stuff, it makes other boys who not live that life because that's the quickest recipe for death. Um, it makes them feel scared, and it's like I don't even want to be a man no more because y'all too damn toxic, and y'all are worse with y'all masculinity because y'all just destroying people who look like you, and you know in your heart it is fucking wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, continue on. I'm going to do a quick perimeter check in just 90 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep talking.
So yeah, and I had realized that detox is the answer. You can detox your homosexuality to go back to being a heterosexual man. All you have to do is detox. You have to have a lot of green vegetables inside of you when you're detoxing. What I did on my first day, I was really doing all this until I was really straight again. And I after that week of detoxing myself, I immediately went into having sex and kissing my next door neighbor because it was a fear too, thinking, am I going to go back that way? But then once I had the sex and screwing her and everything, I felt the energy there, like it stayed there, like it can never. And I told myself like you can go back, and I was like, no, see, it's a choice too. It's a choice. I was like, no, you stay here. This is what healthy. This is what healthy, and this is what is going to cater to you. So don't go out there and adventure. That is nothing. That is just a problem. That is nothing but Pandora's box. So yes, detoxing is the answer for a lot of things. I even heard from Dr. Sabi said detoxing it cures blindness, and the last thing that hasn't been cured, I hope it can be cured in the near future or so, is deaf people. But yes, when it comes to down low men, a lot of men you just have to detox. Like I'm just saying that too, and a lot of women, because I know y'all want a boy and stuff to be happy because y'all want common sense back. That's a lot of y'all saying, but you have a lot of people judging you, saying that, oh, you can't go back, you gay, you a lesbian, you don't like women, it was your fault. I understand a lot of people are judging you and they hurting your feelings because they want you to be ashamed of yourself, but you can do that. All you have to do is go back to, you have to detox. You have to detox everything from yourself. You have to realize I was living a lie. I didn't know everything. I knew common sense, but I just either didn't care or this was thrust upon me like um like I didn't have nowhere to care, or it was out of my control. And so yes, detoxing is the answer, and it is the answer to your prayers and stuff. Because I know we have a lot of gay people who are Christians and they religious people, and they just want to do what's right, and they don't want to do no evil, no wickedness, and so they choose that just to be sane in this world. So yes, for down low men, yeah, it's a way out, brothers. It's a way out. It's a way out. You gotta do your research though. You gotta do your research. It's yes, it's possible. You can go back to being straight. If you see a woman and you know that is something you're supposed to do, there's just something that's just stopping you from it, and you think that conversion therapy, because I did that too, conversion therapy and what is the other thing that I was doing? I was doing therapy, like talking to people, and thought I needed Jesus Christ to go back to being straight, because I was looking up the answers on how to be straight again, but I realized none of this stuff was getting nobody no answers, because I'm still hearing gay people saying that I'm still gay. But you got to detox, and that goes for whether you white, whether you Asian, whether you everything, because I'm
Mhm.
seeing these transgenders, I'm seeing them as victims, and they just accepted that they can't go back to being what they used to be, because what a lot of heterosexuals don't understand is that when they say that I'm gay, like I'm gay, like how you know you're gay? Because I'm weak like a woman. I'm weak, like
Oh,
I don't feel strong, like I
wow.
would know if I'm straight. Like that's how they know. And you gotta face this face value. They're telling you the truth right then and there. And I'm heterosexual now because I'm not weak anymore. I'm strong now. Like I don't have no fears. I am less
Good.
fearful. I can take a dog out. I can fight my brothers and shit, and not be mad, not be crying and stuff. And a lot of women need to understand too. You need to let your boys be men. You need to let them fight. You need to let them cry. That's the way of man. And if a man is disrespecting a woman and stuff, he's gonna take them out because he has muscles and he's going to kill him. Like that is the nature of man. You have to let him be a man, because I had that too when I was growing up. My mother, she was scared of seeing me and my brothers fight all the time, and I'd be like, we just playing. But she wouldn't understand that because she's a woman. She's weak. She don't have no testosterone in her. I have met some bisexual women. I don't know, some bisexual women in the comments, they'll agree. Um, they can fight too. Like I've seen them too. They move like men. They quick and they fast, and they can jab just like a nigga.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay. So, but yeah, if you want to go back to being a healthy man, you have to detox, and this goes for women too, because I know women want to be happy and I know men want to be happy. So we talking about our health. Our health matters. Like you got to purge that shit out. You gotta fast. You gotta get rid of these parasites that's inside of you, that's inside your gut, that's inside your anal cavity. It has to go. And you gotta drink a lot of natural spring water. One of the brands I was drinking when I first began this, I guess I'll say this Dr. Sabi
Mhm.
journey of cleansing. I was drinking Crystal Geyser natural alkaline spring water. A lot of people probably know that. You can get that at Family Dollar. It costs like $1 and something. That's
Mhm.
another bottle of it. That's like 85 cents, and they got little small bottles. But you got to order that online, or you can go to Sprouts and get that at health food stores. You gotta drink, eat healthy water. I mean, you gotta drink healthy water. Yeah, you can get this at health food stores, at Walmart, at Sprouts, at Whole Foods. Alkaline water, a water that has a pH of 6.9 and above. And when Dr. Sabi, when he was doing that retreat and stuff, he had a tub, he had a large tub pool of it that had a pH of 14. So
Wow.
yeah, so when you become alkalized, it's going to alkalize your body to a healthy state. where you can go where you can detox the stuff out of you. So it makes sense because that's why I began that I had, oh, I have to say this too. When I was first detoxing and stuff, when I left my detoxing journey from homosexuality, from gay, from going back to being straight, reversing my sexuality, I was becoming a vegan because a lot of the emotions that we have, it's not even ours. It belongs to the meat, because the meat has a lot of chemicals stuck. I mean,
Yes.
shot into it. So we're taking
Hmm.
on that person. We're taking on that animal's emotions. So I had realized that a lot of the emotions we have is not ours, even the dairy, the cheese, all of it. So I had realized that a lot of melanin people, whether you well, melanin is a lot of things, because for white people too, if they didn't have any melanin, they couldn't live on this planet. They couldn't survive. They can't even stand the sun. They need some form of melanin. Carbon is really carbon to stay alive, or else they'll perish
Yes.
on this planet. Um, we have a high concentration of carbon in our skin. We can. It's not about taking the sun, because we can take that all day, but what I'm talking about is spiritual aspects of it, and I'm not gonna get into that because I know there's probably not a lot of spiritual or conscious people, or whatever people want to call it. But
Just let it
it
flow,
helps
brother.
us heal.
We're all ears.
Another
You're
another
teaching right now.
another benefit of carbon, that it helps us heal a lot faster, way faster than other complexions of people. Whether you Latin, Asian, Arabic, um, white, and black, we have a high concentration. It's really just Latin and brown, and some Asians too, them dark Asians. But yes, and it helps us heal faster. It helps us heal way faster. So detoxing is a good. I can't say that. I can't begin to say how many times you have to detox. You have to detox the stuff out. If you know in your heart you want to go kiss that girl because you really like her, you like the way she look, but you gay, but you really want to, you know, destroy this demon that's inside of you. I wouldn't say a demon, but I said it to me, it was a demon. But if you really want to
Right.
destroy this thing that's making you weak, so you want to be attractive and hold her in your hands, know that she's strong, that you strong, you have to detox, brother. You have to get rid of this stuff out, like, because it, for women, it's not serious to them, because they're not out here trying to dress like us and stuff, and it comes down to common sense. You can't take stuff so seriously. You gotta learn to have a life, and to live, and to laugh, and to smile all the time. Like, you don't have to be all serious all the time. I know y'all as a man feel like y'all can be a superhuman and be a machine, and be the superhuman all the time. They don't need you to be all that. All they really want you to be is around the homes and stuff, and to live and
Exactly.
laugh and love, and all that. So it's just how far are you willing to go back to being to homeostasis of life. And that's where all boiled down to me. I've never done nobody wrong. I never harmed nobody. I never taken nobody's life. But I have realized that I had a problem, and you need to go solve it, and you need to go detox yourself. What got me and my dad into that was a brother named Dr. Kaba Kamane, and Dr. Sabi, and this last one, what was his name? Dr. Leela Africa. And they was telling me, like, even though I didn't know them personally, but they was telling you the information, like, go out and detox, go out, live a positive life, man. Balance your health, man. Be plant-based as possible. You still got to eat meat. And I have realized this too. A
Mhm.
lot of Aboriginal Americans, whether you black, you really native Indian, unless you have some form of ancestor that came from Africa or somewhere else, because you might like a Indian woman from from the Middle East, and you had a child with her, so that lineage is something else. But if you from this country, and you have a and you are African American, and your family has been here for like the past 800 years or 600 years, you're really native Indian. So what I had realized is from this woman who was telling me that who was teaching me how to detox myself and all that. She was telling me that you really shouldn't have been eating you really should not you should really stop eating cows. This is if you can do this. She told me you should
Right.
stop eating cows, chicken, and pork. And since you're Native American, you're really the real Native Indians. Because I saw the real pictures, the real Native Indians, they are colored. They're black. They're black. I'm like, okay, this does make sense. Because like y'all Caucasians, y'all some freaking liars. So she told me you need to eat stuff that is from your lineage that caters to you. Your ancestors, they ate a lot of bison, a lot of buffalo, a lot of deer, a lot of elk, and they might have fished sometimes, but usually that's not the case because they lived on a lot of land. Since we in America is a lot of green land out here. Since they hunt for their food, they ate a lot of bison, a lot of deer, a lot of elk. So that too will help you out as well, because that meat doesn't have a lot of estrogen and chemicals in it because they don't put none of that stuff in it. And
Right.
that meat is classified as wild game meat. So a lot of people who's from this country, African American, really you're the real Native Americans, real Native Indians. You should be eating wild game as possible. It's pricey. I know it's expensive. It's so it's so expensive. The bison I had went up there,
Well,
cost about seven to $8 or $9 for like a pound of a little small pound in a package of a little bit larger, like twice the size of a coconut oil jar. Yeah, twice the size of it. It's like $7 a pound, but that meat is good for you because it can access cellular memories inside of you, and that meat is
mhm,
really good for your genes because that's what your ancestors was eating for the past 600 years. Yeah, 600 years. They've been eating bison, deer, and elk. We're not supposed to eat everything. You see how Caucasians, they eat everything, they hunt everything. They even you got them killing wolf and every damn thing. I'm like, it's crazy, but
and
this is what
they
your
stay predatory. Yeah.
yeah, yes, yes. And it makes me wonder if they not from this planet because you can't want to go everywhere in the world and want to see everything, see the octopus, see everything. Because we as people, we really just, people of the land, we just want to just be into and exist. We don't really care too much what's really out there. We can go adventure just like y'all, but we really don't have a need for that because we know everything that we need is already inside of us. So
Right.
this is what your ancestors ate, ladies and gentlemen. They ate a lot of bison, they ate a lot of deer, they ate a lot of elk. I eat a lot of bison now. I don't eat no more chicken, I don't eat no more beef, I don't eat no more pork. I don't eat no more. And if people gonna go back to eating that pork, you should eat wild boar because that's the real pig. A lot of the pig, the cow, and the chicken, they're all modified animals. So if you doing yourself a service if you go eating what your ancestors ate because it does good for your system. Now some people may not like the meat because it's gamey, it's wild gamey, meaning when you cook it, it's a lot faster when you cooking beef. It cooks faster than beef. um there might still be some blood in it, but it's good for you because it's good for your genes, it's good for your genetics because it's what your ancestors ate, and it has not been tampered. Even now they still been tampered, and there's no color spraying of no red color spraying of blood in it because
Right.
that color that you eat from that bison is still natural. It's not, it hasn't been altered, it hasn't been messed with, it is still natural to this day. And so eating that it's not as it doesn't have much of a taste, but it's very good for you. It's very good for you. What I do is I'm very creative now since I gotta make it put in the burger and stuff, add some salt and pepper or some cayenne pepper and stuff to it. And I just do
Right.
that. And oh yes, goat as well. Goat. And really just drink your natural spring water, because the water people are drinking today, all that tap water, all that purified water, that Dasani, that drinking water, those labels that even say it's drinking water, purified water, Dasani, well, what's the other word? What's the other water? Even though it says spring water, it's not really spring water.
Right.
Ozoka, that's not
Right.
spring water. All that water has chemicals. It has the stuff to make your child question himself, because when you drink this alkaline water, your child, your son and daughter is not going to question himself anymore. He probably wouldn't want nothing to because it's going to make you love yourself. It's going to force you to love yourself. You won't be lost anymore in this world. When I began drinking this water, I cried because I had realized that a lot of those emotions I had wasn't even mine. Wasn't even mine. It belonged to the chemicals or to the meat I was eating. I even quit eating fast food years ago. I know a lot of people probably stopped eating fast food at one point. But yes, it's really the journey of self, and it's the journey of loving yourself. And that's really all it boils down to. Your mama want to see you win. Your daddy want to see you win. Whoever's taking care of you, whoever's your foster parent, who is feeding you and clothing you, they may not be good to you. They may not, but you owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself to live a good life. They may not love you, but you love yourself. And it's really a journey of, living a good life and
Yes.
not taking things seriously. And it's just because, like, you made a video saying that I love the off-grid video that you was talking about. I got this house. I got this son hitting at me. This cat don't pay for bills, but he just staying at my lawn and stuff. And you was like, why can't we have this every day? And I can't talk about that because that goes on to something else that I've discovered. But you was always right. You was hitting it right then and there. Why can't we go back to this way? I don't know why people want to go back to being slaves. I don't know why. But yes, healing starts with self-love. You have to love yourself to the point to where you can forgive your transgressor, and the healing going to start. It's going to start healing you because your DNA, your cells is activating to heal yourself.
Yes.
And when you don't eat nothing for like a good amount of time, you're giving the body time to start healing itself. It's going back, correcting mistakes. It started going back to destroying these parasites, these cells in you, because you may not know it, but your own body wants you to win as well, and it wants you to be okay, and it wants you to be safe, and that's where the ego comes too, because because it's a protective mechanism as well. So you have to be good with your body. You have to do a lot of self-care. You have to eat a lot of seeded grapes, seeded oranges, seeded bananas. It's good for you, man. It's really good for you. So healing starts with self-love. That's where you're going to start healing your homosexuality and start going back to loving yourself. It's still going to, I'm not saying it's not going to be there. It's going to be gone. But I'm saying while it's still there, you're still loving yourself because you're at the present moment, but the homosexuality is going away because you're loving yourself and you're free from others, and you giving yourself a space and
Right.
time to heal yourself. And that's what's needed. That's what Dr. Sebi did. He got away from people and stuff because he needed to heal himself. He was fat. He lost a lot of weight just fast in 90 days. He got down a lot of weight, and he was good again. He was healthy. He looked different from the people he knew, but he was healthy again. And so healing starts with self-love. I can't begin to tell you. There was another person. He's really big on detox. His name is the Detox Dudes. He was detoxing, and he had mercury poisoning and all that. I think it was in his teeth or somewhere else. He was going to cancel his life. He was going to take his own life. He was on a balcony or something. I don't know. He jumped out of it, Luckily, his best friend saved him, got him up, from his leg. He got him up from the balcony because he wanted to take his own life away because he was hurting from mercury poison and all that. He got the
Right.
mercury removed from his teeth. He went out. He wasn't healed in detox because if you love yourself, you're not trying to kill yourself. You're trying to come back from a place of love. I mean, from a place of from a darkness that you in. That dark night of the soul. You got to detox and you got to say something. You got to purge that shit out of you, and you got to get rid of the stuff that was making you sick. And so he's good now too, and he's very spiritual with his life and stuff, and he makes a lot of money out of detoxing from other people because he realized like self-love is important, and he was one of the other people that was saying love yourself or die young. It's not a game. It's serious. You gotta love yourself. Healing starts with self-love, and he was saying that too every day. He was like, a lot of people probably want him to die and stuff, but he was saying this to himself: I love you, brother. I love you. I love you. I love you. And he was saying that to himself because he realized he needed a lot of love to heal himself. He needed that, and I needed that too, and my dad needed that as well. So healing starts from self-love. I can't stress that out too, how much you need to heal yourself. Like all this negative stuff, all this self-doubt, all this suppressing yourself, because that's what a lot of homosexuals they was doing. They were suppressing themselves. They think they wasn't good enough to get this girl, or it was another thing too. They was abused because you're a grown man. You abusing a child. Shame on you. You knew better. You could have just talked to another person to heal, detox. You're a grown man now. You can speak, because if you can't communicate and stuff, technically, that's I'm talking about society. Technically, you're not grown because you can't verbalize and communicate on how you feel versus being in the dark about it and just being a man that's just pampering or being on some type of NCO that just don't want to say nothing, don't want to communicate. But you have to go out on this journey of detox and self-love, and that's where healing starts. It starts with self-love. It starts loving yourself, and when you begin to love yourself, you begin to love others, and that journey of being weak and that doubt and stuff, it goes away. And I'm not saying this as a pastor or nothing, because I'm not none. I'm not saying that, I'm trying to give you a false, I'm trying to give you a false saving thing of, he just lying. No, I'm damn serious. You need to go out and detox yourself. I can't begin to think about how many African Americans went out and detox anywhere in the world, anywhere, whether it's in their backyard, whether it's because they had to put out some time out because they fucking jobs, they had to put out their time out saying, I'm gonna be gone this time, and I'm sick. They can lie. You can lie and say, I'm sick. I have a illness. I need to go out and do a vacation, and because I'm not well, and something is biting me in my head. Like, you need to make some excuses and stuff because your life is at stake. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Beautiful, man. You put it down tonight. Wow. I'm glad that I came up with the title, and so I'm not taking no credit. I'm just saying, some things hit me, and I say, okay. And I said it last night on the show. I said, this is what we're going to talk about. Whenever we have a topic, we cover it, and then we flow. I don't stay to just keep it this way. You know what I mean? Like, nah, we flow in it, and then we just brainstorm on it. But I definitely would like to have a show where we put it out there. I'll put it out there. I'm going to have probably a provocative title to bring people in. You got to, if I just have a politically correct title, then say, but if I say something like, can you detox the gay away? You know what I mean? People are like, what the hell is he talking about? I got to go there. He better not be saying this. I got something to say. What do you mean? This is where I'm going to be forever. That's part of the whole, drawing in of people, but it's not going to be a circus. It's not going to be, and I have to keep some of the
because
circumstances away.
because their life their life expectancy is short because of living a gay lifestyle. They may not have um um they may not have gay sex all the time, but the
Right.
problem is it's destroying your anal cavity, and it's going to
Mhm.
rupture the part where you use in the bathroom. Now you gotta wear diapers and stuff. Luckily I was too young to ever do anything homosexual. I even me watching pornography and stuff, I never interacted with a man or anything. I had some gay people who was around me through school, and I known them. And the problem was that I couldn't understand how they became that way, or something was thrust upon them, whether somebody touched them or something like that. And I'm just like, this sickness has to die, because even women want their mothers. I mean, even women want their sons to be strong. They don't want them to be weak and all this stuff. It hurts their feelings. So I'm just like, okay, we gotta, and it comes with a level of maturity as well. Like, you gotta be mature about this. No more half stepping, no more excuses. Like, you gotta be real. Like be honest about it. Like, it's a sickness, but because we were still living in an age where we don't know a lot of information. A lot of doctors don't know everything. But thank God to Dr. Sabi, Dr. Layla Africa, and Dr. Kalbi Kaman, and a lot of other people who did their own research and start to go outside the Western society and start detoxing from other people of other cultures of the world. I am very I give credit to them and to the people who helped me detox, that they showed me the way that you don't have to live this life of pain and suffering, and you can go back to another different route, and you can go back to being a heterosexual male, and you can go back to loving yourself, and you go back to being a protective, healthy man. So yes, yes, it's there, and it's just, if you just have to want it. Like, you just have to want it. I'm not judging you. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not doing none of that. If you want help, go get help. You can go detox yourself. Do that. Do that, because nobody's not going to do it for you. You got to do it for yourself, and you got to help. And if others can help you detox on your journey, that's good, because that shows you there shouldn't really be no bigotry and no hatred. Because if they want you to get healthy, there shouldn't be no thing of nobody trying to stop you. Like, if they want you to be at your peak, at your best version, then they will help and aid you. There shouldn't be no agendas hidden. It should be love all the way.
Wow. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Wow. So, brother, I want you to hit me back on my email or the number, and we can arrange whenever you want a time when we can talk back again on the show. And
Okay.
it'll be basically you know, me, I'll be right there. I'm not just saying, hey, okay, the floor is yours. Bye. I'm not gonna do that. It'll be where we talk, you know, but you'll be teaching, you'll be sharing your perspectives and the same stuff you're saying now, but I want it to come out in the beginning of it. And I want to put it out there where we get other people coming in. I won't allow anybody to disrespect you. If they come in, they got to be sensible, intelligent like you are. And we have an intellectual discussion, or even a mild debate, not a fight. I'm not exploiting you. I just want, you know, you to share what you're sharing and have something. There's also an entertainment factor where, wow, like tonight, this is it's educational and it's entertaining. It's like, wow, this is titillating stuff. You know, I mean, I've heard nobody say it like you said it. And I think it's necessary. It's a necessary conversation that we need to have in the Black community. You know what I mean? And
Yes.
instead of making it a circus, screaming match, there's so many platforms out here, man, that they start out for a couple minutes like they're all right, but really what's inside their heart, they start the foolishness. And even as it was displayed, many people will say, well, what was he talking about earlier? Well, people cancel themselves out because of the foolishness. You know what I mean? I'm here and put in a lot of work over many years to not have people come around and play games and troll and whisper and go, I'm cutting you straight up. I'm not saying you, brother, but I can't deal with it. I take my stuff serious, whether it's writing or artwork or running a site, many hours a day for many, many, many years. And those who you think sometime, they love the gossip, they love all of the stuff, they have hidden motivations and secret agendas. And tonight you've been a breath of fresh air amidst all of that. See, so this is what we do. And whoever wants to get it, step up to the plate. Let me find out. You're going to get slashed. There's a lot of platforms out there. There's a lot of platforms that anybody can get a YouTube channel. For those people who got enough mouth to run their mouth and whisper and peep and all the speculation and jumping and be blocking me, then you know what? Put 23 years into the game and let's see what you do. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I honor you, brother, and I thank you so much. I'm going to wrap it down now because I'm 5 hours ahead of the East Coast. I still got the stamina to keep going, but I do have to not jump up early, but I'm going to get up at a certain time and we'll come back with exactly Giant Game. Exactly. Steamroll them. Go coop up with the other people. And I'm not saying you, Giant Game. I'm saying these entities. That's all they are. Demonic entities.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, that'll be the last thing it'll be the last thing I'll say.
I'm not rushing you. Let it flow. You give you a few more minutes. Yeah.
Okay. This person, I'm not playing nothing, but it's a good question. XX mixed genre phase. The question was, why is self-love hard? In my perspective, in my opinion, from being on this planet, I believe self-love is hard because we question ourselves a lot and we feel like we're not good enough because we live in a country where it is American and we live in they call it the land of the free. And so a lot of us are insecure by the way we look. We don't like the person who's less pretty or less tall or overweight or stuff, something like that. A lot of us don't love ourselves because there's a part of ourselves that we already know that we need to go to seek out, and it's inside of us to find that journey of spirituality and self-love. And once you find that, you will never question yourself again. But if you really want to love yourself, you got to start drinking alkaline water because you will never question yourself again. I am telling you the truth that I am promising you that you will never question yourself. You will never hate yourself. You will never sabotage yourself because you have others around you who is competing with each other, and they might want to see you fall down and stuff like that. Self-love is hard because there is a wound inside of us that is broken and it needs to be healed. The problem is a lot of us don't know how until we be by ourselves and we light that flame inside of us, because through the darkness, I mean, yeah, through the dark, yeah, because we only become illuminated in the dark. We start to find ourselves. That comes from a form of spirituality and meditation. If you're willing to go through that door, I'm not saying this is homosexuality or Pandora's box. I'm not saying that because I'll be lying to you if I said some stuff like that. But what I'm saying, self-love is hard because a lot of us come into this world broken because a lot of our parents was being either ignorant with their bodies, having sexual cravings. They didn't care and they just brought you this world just to have a fix on themselves and just to have a direction of life or have a structure of life. And another thing you said was down low men are sick and need help. Yes, they need help because they know that this way of life is wrong, but they don't know how to go back to being straight again. And the answer is, I'm gonna say it again, detox. What got me what detox my homosexuality was turpentine called Gums and Spirits. And I took that. I was drinking that for about 2 months and so. and it got rid of it. So I'm fully straight again. I like women. I like women. And so yes, this journey is real because it's like a video game. A lot of black people are strong. That's why a lot of other races are scared of you because they kind of jealous of you. You have nice color. You're the most beautiful people on the planet. It's no doubt. It's not. This is fact, and it's just that way. So but you compete with your family members and stuff like that, the black sheep and all that. So it's really you really have to love yourself because in this world, you come in this world by yourself and you're gonna go in the ground by yourself. You might have a wife, you might have children that you bear, others with you, but you're going in the ground by yourself unless your significant other was going to ground with you because she feels that she can't live life without you. But you're gonna come to this world by yourself, you're gonna go in the ground by yourself. And you had to know that you had to take care of yourself. That's why self-love is hard because you have to love yourself first. You have
Yes.
to love yourself more than you love others. Then once you fill your cup, you fill your cup of that, you can begin to love the other person because we all need love on this planet. We all are humans are innately good. The problem is we have other people who don't want other people to be good. They use you as a profit. So in this country, it's a company, not a country. They treat you as a dollar. You are a number before you are your name. So when they tell you your name and stuff like that, that's why they want your ID. That's why they want your social security number first. They want your name first to see if you willing to comply, but really you're a number before you're a name. So yes, and yes, self-love is very important. You have to love yourself a lot because a lot of people don't. That's why
That's
they
right.
have a lot of kids and stuff because they're lost and they're in the toxic cycle and they don't know how to get out. And that goes for women too. That's why we need to take time to ourselves so we can love ourselves, whether that's going in your room or going out in nature, in the wilderness, being by yourself, lighting a fire stuff or something, or going out on that special retreat or going in the bathroom, taking a bath with some bubbles, turn the light off, putting a
That's
candle
right.
on, eating some grapes or some chocolates and stuff. That's self. You got to cater to yourself. You got to love yourself because you realize that you have to love this body more because you don't have to please others. You just have to live your life and just be a good person. And that's really what's it. And
Yes.
some and a lot of people don't, when they come home, whether they have a house or not, they don't take off their shoes and put their feet in the grass and just let the oxygen and just let the world breathe into them. A lot of them don't do that. I do that every day. I do that every day.
Beautiful.
And so yes, self-love is really important because it makes it makes you know that you're on the right path and and you got everything that's needed to you and you don't need nothing from nobody, not much, not much. A lot of rich people, a lot of these rich people who got a lot of these money and resources, if they got people around them, that's still good, and they're still good people too. Not all of them, but damn near. Well, I'm gonna say this: not all of them are bad, but not all of them are good. And a lot of these rich people, not all of them, a lot of them are kind of miserable because they have all this money and stuff. So a lot of them kind of don't love themselves because they're selling their soul for $1. So
Yep.
self-love is really real out here. Your elders will tell you that. The people who are closest to you, who want what's best for you, they've been knowing you since a child, wants that for you. But yes, self-love is real because if you don't love yourself, I don't know how you gonna make it for the next couple years because that car isn't really important. Trying to get that nice BMW or something. Just get the car that's simple. You don't need a lot. All you need is yourself. You'd be surprised what you open up when you. I'm gonna say this
Yes.
too.
Keep it simple.
When you begin meditating and stuff, you're going to open up a lot of energies. You'd be surprised with what's going to open up inside of you, and you're going to realize you got more than what you asked for. Even when you go out in nature,
Yes.
you get far more than what you seek. So loving yourself is a lot, because for me, self love is the key. It's the key to enlightenment. It's the door. It's opening to the door to higher realms of
Hmm.
to higher realms of spirituality and life and things that the human eye can't even see. So yes, loving yourself is the key to enlightenment. So yes, I'll say that. And people who can't love themselves, which they still got respect in this world, because you need that, or else you won't last on this planet. Um, they just go to work and they come home. They have women that they love, a girlfriend and stuff, and they love each other until that relationship is canceled or not. Nothing is guaranteed, but we have to stop
Right.
caring and we have to let this work. So I'll say that. I'll say that. But that's all. And Lance, you got the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. You gave so much of yourself tonight. You were just so transparent. That takes a lot of strength. Number one,
Thank you.
especially on such a, what the world would say, a controversial topic, touchy topic. You were straightforward, and I can't help but take my hat off to you. And we need more of that in this world, especially for us to move forward as a people. The majority of
Yeah.
us, it appears more and more we're getting lost. But for many to, and for me to see, I know you're much younger than I am, but
Yes.
it gives me hope that when my time is up, that there'll be sisters and brothers here that know what time it is and what to do on a deeper level. So, like I said, brother, reach out to me. Let's communicate. I want to have you back on. I want to have more discussions, because these also taboo subjects, which the health and healing, that is something that many of us are waking up to. But coming from the perspective from which you're coming from, this needs to be spoken. And other brothers and sisters out here need to hear what you say, because you were packaged in a special way to have gone through certain experiences, because we're all passing through, to arrive to a point to have an answer to something that is a dilemma to many people publicly, and for the most part secretly. So you are a healer, and you speak from experience. And while the
Yes.
world
Yes.
looks to celebrities and the TMZs and all of this stuff, we need to speak to brothers like you and sisters who have the same mindset, because you're the real leaders. Not somebody who's voted in office, but somebody who has walked the path and come to the conclusion and come to realizations that can help so many other people. Because when you look at the healthcare system, when you look at so many branches of the healthcare system and what it's become, big pharma, in their mind, they're not going to deal with anybody who truly wants to heal. They want to keep you sick and toxic so they can keep making money. And overall, the agenda, no matter what the persuasion, no matter where we're coming from, no matter what the age, religion, political stance, they want to wipe all of this out. We're a tool that was used to build, and now the tool has done its job in their mind, and now they're ready to get rid of the tool. And we're a reminder of what has happened, and they don't want that. So we gotta, like you said, continue to self-love and to enlighten ourselves. And like I said, brother, you did a phenomenal job tonight. I thank you. It may bear my name on this show, but you really put it down. And it's not about me. Man, we gotta come back. This was great.
Okay. And to my brothers and sisters, yes, yes, there is definitely a cure to homosexuality. There is a cure. There's most definitely a cure. There's a cure for everything. Do not let nobody tell you that there isn't anything different. There is a cure to homosexuality. It can be reversed. I'm not saying that there's something, you're a sick person, you're a demon, you're the enemy. No,
Right.
no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there's a cure to homosexuality. You can get rid of this, and you won't feel like a outsider, or a castration, or what's that word? A mutant in this
Right.
world that you've been living in since you were a child. You was pure. You was pure, but you lost your way coming up because you were seeing things, or
Right.
someone came and took your innocence away from you. There is a cure to homosexuality. There is a cure. There is a cure. Yes.
Most definitely. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna expound on this one, and I will publicize it and let people know when they can come back whenever you're ready on your time, brother. It could be tomorrow, it could be 2 months from now, it could be any time. Just reach out to me and we'll make this happen. This was very constructive tonight. Very glad that the universe lined it up. Even before I knew we were going to do this show, the universe was lining it up as the perfect storm, but it's not a storm, it's a cleansing. I hope many have gotten something from this tonight. Beautiful thing. And I want to commend everybody who's in the chat room, those who have revealed themselves so I can see them. No, not people who punked out and hide themselves so they can run back to the other gossip heads. Show your face or be gone. Anyway, I got a bunch of screens over here. I can see everything. So don't think I don't see what's going on. So, brother, you have a wonderful night. It's in West Africa, it's 4:02. I'm still wide awake in a way, but I can feel the fatigue because I'm hyped off of what you shared. But I'm going to wind down so I can attack another day in another show. The topical company. Get down.
Can you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell your wife and brother Quake who I said hi?
Well, yeah, I'll tell my wife, but brother Quaker is no longer with us on the same accord. I'll keep that under wraps. Many people know what's going on, but I'm gonna be public with it. It's unfortunate.
I had no idea.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, you had no idea, but I only deal with authentic people who are real about what they're all about. Not here on this platform.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not snapping at you. I'm just saying that. So we're going to fire that shot out there. I've been quiet for a long time, and I don't wish anybody any bad, but nobody else in that circle put me out there. I put people out there, and this is a time of cleansing. But I can't deal with frauds. So that being said, oh yeah, Ebony Gems, you said you want the tea. You said you were blocked, right? What was your name before you were blocked? If I may ask, Ebony Gems. You could type that in right there. Inquiring scurv minds want to know. So on that note, we'll wrap it down, and thank you so much. Don't forget, even if it's not now, if you're tired, but just hit me, my number, email address. You got it, and we do our thing. We're gonna make it happen. All right.
All right.
Okay. All right. Much love to you, and I'm gonna wrap it down. I really don't want to go because this is good. And let me just say, for those who want to support the channel, it's I have to clarify with the Cash App, because people are sending it to LANCESCURV. That's no longer. It's LANCESCURV Live and everything else that you see here. It's not mandatory if a person, because look, times are hard out here. I understand that. So we're gonna keep things going. So, brother, thank you again. I can't thank you enough. I'm gonna wake up and listen to this show again, and I know many people are gonna do that. And we're just gonna get down that way. All right. So take care. Much love. And we're going to see you in the next one when we create it. All right?
All right.
Okay. Peace.
So, hello, this is Martha. Actually, today I got to meet my friend Lance. Yes, I got to meet my friend Lance. This is my first time meeting him in person, and he's a very kind man, seriously. I do talk with him on phone, on WhatsApp, but I've never got to meet him. But today, he's just extraordinary. He's very, anything you want to know about life, anything you want to know about just him, just anything you want to know about life, please. YouTube, Telegram, Instagram, Twitter, all the social media channels, you got to find him there. He's very inspiring. He's very positive. If you want anything positive about life, please subscribe to LANCESCURV. And then every day you got to see different videos, different talks, different topics about life. See you.